Alrighty. What do we got? What do we got going on today? Looks like we got the stream up. Everything seems to be going properly. So let's do the damn thing. We're still on the barrows. However, last night I did go ahead and kill. Yo, what's up, Drippy Bun? The Grand Kermit. Like that. I am the High Grand Kermit. All Kermits bow to me. All right. So last night we did kill the Calpite Queen a bunch of times. And then we killed the Hard Mole sometimes. And so I thought, I don't know exactly what happened or how this happened or why this happened. But we were at 15 of 19 points over here. But not all of these combat things are worth 1 point. The mediums are worth 2, the easies are worth 1. So I was looking at stuff wrong over here. I got War's Blessing number 1. So yeah, I don't exactly know what went on, but I got 2 more of those achievements done, and I got War's Blessing number 1. I thought I was gonna have to do way more stuff than I actually did. And so I got like basically some free points there. But now we can just teleport. I need to look at what War's Blessing 1 really does. Let's see. Quick access to Central Sarcophagus during the Barrows encounter. 5% increased chance of activating Reaper's Choice. 1 free attunement of War's Boss Quotas per day. And 5% increased earned Marks of War. That's pretty nice, actually. What do I get? Ooh, number 2 is like huge. You no longer require kill count for all God of War's dungeon encounters. Excludes Nex. Your kill count requirements for all God of War's Dungeon 2 encounters is reduced by 50%. This stacks additively with reputation rewards from the Heart of Killenor. Your Sign of Life cooldown is reduced by 50%. 10% increased chance of activating Reaper's Choice. 2 free attunements of the War Boss portals per day. 10% increased earned Marks of War. Nice. Okay. Dope, dope. Dope-a-lope. Yeah, so we're going to beat the shiznit out of these nerds. Because we got to. There's not really anything to say about it. I did get a couple of extra items last night. I got the Duroc helmet. I actually got 2 items that I didn't have before in one drop. I got the Duroc helmet and the Karil's Coif. Young hermit crab. Oh shit. Of course, I guess. Aren't crabs like lobsters? Aren't they like functionally immortal? So I guess any age crab is technically a young crab. Maybe they're not. Maybe it's just lobsters that are functionally immortal. But I am sort of like a crab. Y'all don't know it, but one day, this channel is going to buy me a boat. Like a nice 30-foot sailboat. And then I'm going to sail it into the middle of the ocean and never come back. I'm gonna get me some hydroponics and do a bunch of fishing, and I'm just gonna go live in the middle of the ocean. So crab is very, very accurate. I very much like the sea. I'm eating some hot, spicy noodles. I don't have a yacht, but one of these days I'm gonna get myself a nice little sailboat. And get out on the water, do some things. Just sail around. Just sail around. There are some interesting things. So I have this feeling that you could, because we have like flexible, I'll pay for my flights and I'll come sail around. Oh, dude. It'd be dope to have some people to come sail with. That'd be dope. And we got Starlink now. So I like won't even have to stop streaming. Right? I'll just get on the Starlink and get a little satellite dish on my boat. And I'll stream from the middle of the ocean. We'll just be chilling. Just me and the sharks. Hey, we got a portal now, though. Look at that. We can just boop, teleport. Teleport. It only took us until we got 370 kills to get to the teleport. Get practicing on OSRS, that's funny. I don't think that the sailing in OSRS is applicable to real life sailing. But it's okay. Gonna murder. Some crossover. No, I don't think, in fact, there's any crossover, actually. We can throw frogs at pelicans and avoid rocks. So what's y'all's New Year's resolutions? What do we got? What do we got going on? What are we gonna do this year? My New Year's resolution is to stop being a bum when it comes to long form content on my YouTube channel. Because I haven't made a video in so long and just posted up a video. All I've done is stream. I really need to start spending, I mean, even just an hour a day after stream on trying to put out videos. Either I need to highlight things from my streams and put out highlight videos, or I need to, come up with topics, but I need to stop being a bum. I mean, even just one video every 2 weeks would be enough. No, I think the last video was during Throne and Liberty, when we were doing all of the PvP stuff. I put out a couple of videos about, like how to compete in the 25 versus 25 PvP and how to tank in there and why everybody was dumb. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. But I need to put out some stuff about good old RuneScape, like a new player perspective on why you should play this game or something. You should stop being a bum and play RuneScape in 2026. There you go. But if I just put out a video every couple of weeks, I think we'll be good. So maybe that's what I'll try and do. And of course, you know, I'm planning on continuing to take off every Monday. So maybe I can at least get like the bulk of stuff done on a Monday. I don't know. Yo, what's up, Gamerscar? Boom, check this out. I got a super dope portal. Boop. Oh, yeah. Que sera, sera. Boom shakalaka. I've got the magic in me. Every time I touch that track, it turns into gold. I don't understand why those don't get added automatically, and I gotta go click them. It's kind of pissing me off, if I'm being honest. No! That wasn't the button. I wanted that button. Que sera, sera. I don't know why I have this stupid From song stuck in my head, but I do. I wonder if they're going to have a new season of that this year, because I enjoy that TV show. It's good stuff. Good stuff. So we do have a couple of things that we probably want to give a shot to today. There are some other bosses that I might want to try. We do need to get some other stuff going on. But there are some other bosses that the game is telling me I should fight, like the corporeal beast and some other stuff. There's also some really interesting. I started looking on the wiki yesterday, so I was trying to find some gear sets or some special weapons, or sorry, weapons with special attacks that I might be able to use. And I actually found out there are no one-handed crossbows and no wands that have special attacks. So I'm actually pretty sad about that. I did, however, find that there are a couple of javelins that have some special attacks and some other one-handed stuff in range. But there are, as far as I can tell, no one-handed magic items that have special attacks. No one-handed magic weapons. And it's kind of freaking me out, if I'm being honest. I'm pretty unhappy about it. It means my magic's going to be pretty lackluster, I think. Which I guess is fine. I don't actually give a shit about magic, but It seems most of my real valuable special attacks are gonna come from my melee stuff, which is weird. Um, I don't know. This game, the itemization in this game is really weird because the game's gone through so many like iterations and changes that it just like it doesn't make any sense anymore. It's just kind of random, which is kind of cool. Because it gives it like this feel like so a lot of MMO games today are really structured, right? And they have a lot of like crossover and stuff, so that if you're playing any type of melee tank class, for example, you can kind of go for the aesthetic you want, and always still be kind of doing the same stuff as other characters of your same class. So, one-handed weapons will have sort of the same bonuses as two-handed weapons, will have sort of the same bonuses as, sword and shield stuff. And so the bonuses tend to be sort of homogenized. And your grind motivated me to get back and do the Barrows grind a bit, up to 100 kills. Nice. Congratulations, Sithic. Congratulations. How many unique items do you have on there right now? I'm up to 21 unique items out of the 30 that I can possibly get. And my neighbor's car alarm's going off. So turn it off. Like a light switch, it goes click. It's a nifty little Mormon trick. I hate my neighbors. They need to turn off that motherfucking alarm. Hey, another elite scroll. How many elite scrolls do we have now? 24 elite scrolls. We're gonna have to have like a whole day of elite scrolls later on. Hey, nice. That's pretty good, Sithic. That's a nice bit of progress. Oh, thank God the alarm is off. Seriously? I hate living in an apartment because the people who live around me are some of the most inconsiderate dipshits I've ever had the displeasure of having to deal with. Or maybe I'm just a psycho. And I have too much of a sensitivity to noise. That's probably it, but I'm going to blame my neighbors. Because that seems like the right thing to do. If I'm being honest. So I have, blaming the neighbors is valid, even as a homeowner. Some that will drive you nuts just as much as those on the other side of the apartment wall. Yeah, so I grew up in the middle of nowhere. When I was about 8, my parents moved out of the small town that I was living in, and we moved to a house on 40 acres of land out in the desert. And, we got like some horses and some animals and stuff. Some chickens, goat, turkeys for Thanksgiving every year. But we had just this huge amount of space between us and literally the rest of the world. And so the only noises that you ever heard were the noises from family members. And there was just nobody else. And I don't know, maybe growing up that way just makes me more anxious around noise or something. I don't know. But I don't like it when I can't identify what or why is making a noise. Right? Like I understand that that's a car alarm out there, but why is that car alarm going off? Right? Was somebody trying to break into it? Did somebody bump it? Like, and my brain just starts freaking out and trying to come up with all these different scenarios, what could be possibly happening, and not knowing stresses me out a lot. I don't like uncertainty. Or even really simple things like my neighbors upstairs will make noise. They'll just be walking around and stuff. But if the walking sounds different, then I try and figure out, are they doing something different, or are they moving stuff, or is it a different person, or, is that angry steps instead of regular steps, or, I don't know. My brain's fucking crazy. Brain is fucking crazy. But I don't like the thing that bothers me the most about it is mostly that I don't like using my mental resources on stuff like that, right? It kills your focus. Um, and I don't like things keeping me from being able to focus on the things that I'm doing. It frustrates me. Yeah, I'm also like that as well. Like I don't like when plans change. And it's not even that I don't like when plans change. I don't like to do stuff that's out of my routine. Like streaming is really good for me because it's something I can do literally every single day. But even if I plan something, like, going out with family or whatever, because it's not something I do consistently, I don't like doing it because it's not something that I do all the time. I'm a huge creature of habit. And so it doesn't necessarily have to be that I wake up at the same time every day, but what I really like, maybe, maybe, um, but what I really like is I like doing stuff within the same chunk of my day. So even if for some reason I was to stop sleeping and waking up at the same time to stream at 3 in the afternoon, and maybe say I woke up at like 7 o'clock in the afternoon or 7 in the morning, I would still probably stream at the same time during my day. So I'd wake up, I'd start getting ready, and then I'd do my stream right away. Then, the first hour, hour and a half. And I like my day to look the same all the time. It makes me happy. I really enjoy. We've been doing this Barrows Brothers grind for a really long time now, but I've really enjoyed watching my power increase as we've done this. Because, I mean, when I first got here, I was eating food during every run. I was, taking a lot longer. Um, I mean, if that's true, Sithic, and if you have issues as severely as I do, I wasn't nearly this crazy when I was younger, but I definitely know, looking back now, that a lot of the things that are really severe for me now were pretty minor problems when I was younger. I mean, you might consider getting her in to see, a therapist or something like that, because straight up, it ruins my life. Not being able to roll with the change and stuff like that is, I mean, it's fucking awful. I'm sure you would tend to agree. But maybe if you can nip that in the bud early. Maybe she won't be as batshit crazy as us when she grows up. Or maybe there's nothing that can be done about it. I mean, what the hell do I know, but... Hey, we got another elite scroll. How close are you to getting the portal to the center unlocked? Oh yeah, she does go to counseling, mostly for anxiety, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I look back on my childhood and go, oh, okay, that's why I was like that. I get it now. Yeah, no, I actually have the portal now, Scythic. So there's something, I don't know exactly what happened, but I only have 16 of these things done. Apparently, when you beat a medium, it gives you 2 points. And when you beat a normal, it gives you 1. So I thought I was going to have to get 19 of these things done, but I only ended up having to get 16 of them done because I got 3 mediums. So I got my 19 points to get my War's Blessing 1. Because there were a bunch of these that I didn't think that I could beat, right? Like the Calphite Queen in 2.5 minutes isn't going to happen. King Black Dragon in a minute, not going to happen. Layering up, probably not going to happen. Dagonoth Kings, Art Glacier, these things aren't going to happen right this moment. I've still got a little ways before I can get to those. So I was concerned that it was just going to take longer to get to than I thought. And then, so I went ahead and I did the mole, the hard mode mole, and I did some Calphite Queen kills to get the 25. And in there, I also ended up getting the hard mode mole fast enough that I also got that one. And then we hit our 19 and we got our portal, so... Oh, yeah, okay. Cool, cool. Yeah, somebody was telling me there's like an easy mode of the Art Glacier. But... not really necessary anymore, so that's fine. Don't really have to worry about it. Yeah, and we're... As soon as I get my wand, I still haven't gotten my wand or my visor, but as soon as we get those two items, we'll stop with the barrows. And then we'll do a bunch of quests, and we'll go kill the Dagonoth Kings, and we'll get Jad. I'm pretty sure I can do Jad. We'll get... we'll go down into God Wars Dungeon. We'll get some God Wars Dungeon stuff. I found out that my herb burner, I got an herb burner that's supposed to give me XP for burning herbs. I thought it was a one-time use, so I thought it was only going to last a little while, and then it was going to be gone. But apparently it's permanent, so I'm going to start leveling up my herb lore by burning herbs. I did a little bit of that last night, but I mean, you get 10 times the XP that you get for cleaning them when you burn them, which is way more than you get for turning them into potions most of the time. I mean, eventually, with that and the secondaries, you can get quite a bit more, but it's so much easier to get a lot of the herbs instead of the secondaries, that I feel like it's just going to be faster to do it that way. I'll go kill some more Chaos Druids or something, get a bunch more herbs. Or maybe go kill some Aberrant Specters. Torag is the last one. Let's go, Torag. Next upgrade in your combat achievements makes it so you don't need kill count to enter Guild Wars or God Wars Dungeon 1 bosses. Very handy if you want to do those. Yeah, so I think it's going to take... I think I'm going to do the God Wars bosses before I get to a point where I can do that bonus. That bonus is going to be great for grinding... Well, no, it won't. I guess I don't actually know how the kill count thing works for the God Wars bosses. Do I have to get those kill counts every time I go down there to fight the bosses? Or do I have to get those kill counts once so I can access the bosses? Every time. Okay, yeah. So I'll be doing the bosses a few times before I get that far, because I've got to get... another 116 rewards, which is significant. And some of those will come from actually killing the bosses, but they'll be good. That'll be good for the grind later on, and I'll probably try and focus on it a little faster than I did with the Barrows. You know, I already had like 370 kills on the Barrows before I got that little bonus. So we'll try and get a little bonus earlier. But yeah, that'll work really good. I like those things. I like those little wars achievements. I like these little wars blessing bonuses. Ability to choose which rotation is active during Araxor. War's Grimoire now allows you to change your prayer book. 25% increased chance of activating Reaper's Choice. Earn Marks of War, hourly cap. Ability to choose which rotation is active during Virago. Gain adrenaline from adrenaline crystals is increased to 100. A one-time completion reward of War's Ancient Weapon. Gizmo Shell obtainable from War in War's Retreat. One-time completion reward of War's Ancient Armor. Gizmo Shell obtainable. Guaranteed chance of activating. Cool. Yeah, these are all just, like, super dope. Yeah, I figured out what you meant there, gamer. I figured it out. How are you doing today, Ian? How's your new year? You got a new year RuneScape resolution? Anybody? Anybody got any account goals for the new year? To gain 200 millions. 200 M's on some boss titles. 200 M's. Getting all quest stones. 200 million XP and skills. Oh, okay. Oh, and some boss titles, not on some boss titles. I get it. I just read that wrong. Getting all the quest dones, gamer. You're a better person than I am. Yeah, I would love to get some 200 million XPs. Maybe if I could just get one 200 million XP this year, that'd be dope. I definitely want to get everything to 99 this year. I think that's possible. Insane final boss is my overall goal. What's the final boss? The final boss is a mascot right now, right? That's the biggest, baddest. Oh. Title for killing all bosses and getting all drops. Yeah, we're going to get that. Probably not this year. It's already taken us too long just to get the Barrows brothers done, and we're not even done. We're only like halfway, a little over. But maybe in a couple of years we'll have that. That'll be exciting. That'll be exciting. Yeah, I'm fearless. Go in there. Teleport to the boss. Booyah. You know, since I started using this teleport thing, I haven't gotten a single item out of this chest. A single log item. Not even a duplicate. It's kind of upsetting me. It's like the one or two creatures that I was killing every time on my way was enough to give me better RNG. And now that I'm not doing that, I'm getting shit RNG. And it's upsetting. I wonder if I maybe don't need to come back to War's Retreat. Yeah, I'm up to 300 and almost 380 now. Barrows Brothers, yep, 379 with 21 unique items. I only need, let's see, for complete sets, if I get the two-handed crossbow, I can have Kirill's complete set. If I get one more Arim's item, I can have Arim's complete set. If I get Durak's Great Axe, I can have Durak's complete set. If I get Varric's legs, I can have Varric's complete set. We're really close. You're 20 out of 29 with only 267 kills? Yo, that's some really good luck. You have 3 kills, gamer? Wow. Wow. What a bum, dude. What a bum. I do not have Guthans. I don't even think that I'm super close. I think I still need 2 items for Guthans. Maybe only 1, though. I have Guthan's Spear. Here we go. Let's see. Guthan's. Nope, 1 off. Just need Guthan's helmet. And then I have the whole set. And then actually I'll probably start using it. Just for shits and grins. Since I don't really need... it'll help speed up these... It'll help speed up these kills a lot, because I can get rid of all these defensive skills. And just start whacking things really hard. I'll be a little sad to give up my defender, but whatever. For the sake of the kill speed, it'll be worth. Yeah, I've been looking a little into... I guess that's fair. I could just switch. There's not really a lot of reason to switch on this fight. It'll just keep me healthy, so I won't have to care. But we'll see. We'll see how much healing I can get out of it. Because it's healing based on you hitting things, some AoE stuff would probably really benefit. Like, just really simple skills like cleave here. This conal hit 8 enemies thing. You know, I'm thinking down in the God Wars dungeon, maybe. could be a lot of fun. Take that in there, back myself into a wall, and just beat the shit out of everything in a cone. Yeah, that's exactly what I'll use it for, Ian, is to help extend those trips a little bit, help bring myself back up to full health more often. For sure, for sure. There's also definitely some stuff in there. You know, you've got like some ultimates. There's a good ultimate for two-handers. Here we go, overpowered. So overpowered hits really, really hard. And later, I think you can get an amulet, maybe? That brings that down to 60%. But if you could just swap, hit with Guthans, swap back to something else, you could get, I mean, just massive heals out of that, I'm sure. All right. The Zuck Capes. There you go. It's the Zuck Capes. I'm actually pretty excited to get the Zuck Cape. Because that'll be huge for that particular build. Just being able to slam that overpower just over and over and over again. But the big heals. Yeah, I'm gonna beat Zuck's ass. Just like I totally beat Jad's ass yesterday. I definitely didn't take 2 hours to get to Jad just to get two-shot. You left at the perfect time yesterday, gamer. It was such a bummer. I got to Jad, and then he just two-shot me and I was dead. It was just game over. Totally anticlimactic. Totally a bummer. You can dart suck? Oh, that's hilarious. What a joke, dude. Oh, you were still here? Oh, okay. I don't honestly remember. Didn't remember. Yeah, no, that range attack was stupid. I definitely thought that was magic. I can't believe. Rewards you with the cape, but not a boss kill. Oh, that's interesting. Do you have a dart, gamer? Are you gonna go get him right now? I mean, just for the sake of getting the cape, right? That's so good. You do still have to get through the kiln, though. Yeah. To be able to make that happen. Ooh, a Gloomfire bow. What's a Gloomfire bow? Yeah, the combined cape is fucking baller. I want that cape so bad. It's so far away. What's up, Midnight? I'm trying to get my fucking items, dude. Trying to get my items. I need my wand, and I need my repriser. And if I can get those things, then I can stop. I don't even need to, like, complete the thing. I just want my items. I'm gonna end up completing the entire fucking log before I get those 2 items, though. It's gonna piss me off. The Barrow Sisters know I don't have Acrosay or Linza yet. I want Linza's gear set super bad. Super bad. I love the idea of counterattacking with that shield. Linza's is almost crazy broken. So there's a 3-piece set that there's a 3-piece set that has a chance when you get hit to reset your defensive cooldowns. And then there's that amulet that has a chance to hit people who are attacking you for 2 to 500 and heal you. And then Linza's set has a counterattack, but you can't quite wear Linza's set and the 3-piece defensive skill reset set, which is super sad. Because if you could finagle that and wear both of those sets, Linza's would make you literally fucking immortal. And you would be able to just destroy everything. It would be crazy good. Yeah, I got the teleport last night. I didn't realize, Midnight, that these tier 2, the mediums, give you +2 to your score over here. So I didn't realize that I was getting extra points. And so last night I finished up a couple more easies. I got the Hail to the Queen I finished, and then I did Bug Swatter 3 and Whack-A-Mole 2. And then I had it. And I was like, oh wait, that didn't seem like it should happen. But it did. And so now I have it. So now we can do the next 300 kills even easier. Which will be dope. But there's also, so that set I was talking about that resets your defensive skills is a 3-piece. So you can go back through the portal, climb the rope, and go again. Yeah, so I thought about doing that, Ian, because I don't necessarily need to go back to whatchamacallit. But so here's my question is, do I have to walk all the way outside? Or can I just immediately start going in the stuff again? Because if I have to walk all the way outside, it's still honestly faster just to teleport back to War's Retreat. Leave the tomb, you come back up. Okay. Well, it's probably faster to just leave this way then. We'll try it out. Because I don't think I'm ever going to die in here. Pretty sure I'm good. Every now and then I can teleport if I need to. But we're getting pretty strong. Getting pretty strong. I looked into what it's going to take to get an EOF yesterday. I'm a little sad at how difficult that's going to be. A little bit sad. Yeah, that's going to be my problem midnight is I want like 10 of them. And they're like 300 million gold worth of items a piece. Which, I mean, I almost have. Yeah, we're at 200 million wealth across the whole character, so just got to make sure you do Reaper as much as possible. Okay. I should probably go ahead and reset. I've been slacking on my Reaper so much. I should probably just reset my Reaper. Because, I mean, it's been like a week since I did Reaper. Or more. Okay. How many points do I need, do you know? You could also farm the Hydrix, right? 300? Oh, okay, that's not terribly bad. Do you still want the carry to still get the points? No, I'll figure something out to get it out. I'll figure it out. I need to start going and doing the God Wars anyway, so if that's absolutely the only way, then I definitely need to be doing my Reaper tasks more often. So let's just go in here and let's activate this. And let's get a new task. And let's just get a task for a boss that we've already killed. Motherfucker. Give me a new assignment. There we go. 7 giant mole kills. We can crank that out real fast. I do need freedom. And I do need one other ability. Nope, freedom's fine. Let's go murder this mole. Let's bring a little food with us. I actually can die to the mole. Well, not die. I can take damage from the mole, though, because he moves around so much that I can't always... actually, this is wrong. I need less food because I need to be able to pick up my items. So it's about being able to hit the buttons that I want when I want. So I could have another action bar, but then I'd have to have different keybinds for it. And my brain wouldn't be able to deal with that. I need to be using the same keybinds, which is why I use the same bars. $68 fishing. Hell, we're almost to 68 fishing. We're almost there. Come here, you little turd burglar. For Jed, you need to add protect from range to the same bar as protect from magic. Yeah, I did that yesterday. I just didn't know what the attacks actually looked like. So I thought that the ranged attack was a magic attack because it looked like a meteor spell. And so I was flicking my prayer. I was just flicking the wrong prayer. Because I had never seen the attacks before. I go into the bosses blind because, you know, I want to learn them. And so I don't ever know what things are supposed to look like or what's going on beforehand. You know what I think I'm going to do? Let's go ahead and rock a vampirism right now. Just so maybe I won't have to eat my foods and stuff on this boss. This boss is such a pain in the ass. Die, you goofy ass mole. This coming Friday or last Friday? Yeah, I have one more item for my log. So I got hella lucky, Ian. I got spooned the pet in my 28th kill. I wouldn't deal with that if I had to get something for a 1 in 2,500. Like, that would suck. But thankfully I got spooned, so we'll get the giant mole fairly easily. I think I'm just gonna keep, whenever it becomes a Reaper task, I'll just come do it, and then not deal with it otherwise, because this boss is annoying as fuck. Oh, it's Friday now for you already, Midnight? Is it already fucking Thursday? Holy shit. My goodness, we're already halfway through our week. You get a title unlocked from each boss, or... Yeah, each boss, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely want to get all those. But I'm not, because the mole, it's only 1 in a couple hundred kills to get the two-handed dragon sword. So I'm not terribly concerned about getting that, like, right now. I am the Underminer. I am beneath you, but nothing is beneath me. Yeah, you have to get it from the mole to get it for the log, right? Because I have a two-handed dragon sword. I just don't specifically have it for the mole log. Oh, is it really? Oh, that's crazy. I didn't realize it was shared. Because I bought one. But I have yet to find one. I've been using the Shiznit. The two-handed dragon sword special attack is like awesome. It's so fucking good, it's not even funny. Yeah, I'll have to do a bunch of Chaos Elemental stuff, and that'll give me lots of tries at it. And then also, we'll be doing Reaper tasks and stuff like that, so that'll give me a bunch of tries at it whenever I get Reaper tasks for the mole. And so that should be good enough to make sure that we get it. Which is good, because I don't want to have to come here specifically to farm the mole just for a two-handed dragon sword that I already own. That would be icky. So, yeah. It should be pretty easy for us to get then. Did somebody get something cool? Can't believe it's still taking me 4 fucking minutes to kill these stupid ass bosses. Bullshit. Bullshit, ref. Hey, William? Fuck you. How about that? I'm gonna get my 70 crafting, okay? Just leave me alone. God. So mean. It'll be before 2029. I can almost guarantee that. 2059? Wow, y'all have so much faith in me. That's great. Thank you. Back on PC, gonna go kill some bosses. Yeah. What boss are you gonna work on, gamer? What log are you gonna work on? Maybe some barrel. There you go. There you go. That's the one right there. The only boss that matters is the barrows. The only boss that matters. Gotta get those logs cleared. Hey, we're gonna get this done in less than 4 minutes. Holy shit. It's a fucking miracle. No, get it done in less than 4 minutes. There we go. Jeez. This is where I get all my U-logs from, apparently. I didn't realize I was getting U-logs from here. Alright, we'll get one more kill in, then we'll go back, and then we'll come for 3 more kills. And then we'll be done with the mole for a little while. maybe I'll get my two-hander dragon sword in the next 4 kills. That would make me really happy because I really want to have a log completed. What's really freaking me out is we have no items on the King Black Dragon. Not a single, in 103 kills, not a single fucking item. Whoops. Wasn't paying attention. Know how I know I'm OP? Don't even have to pay attention. Yo, what's up, Master of Light? How are you? Yeah, 218 kills, only got the book in the head. From King Black Dragon? There's a book. The Last Riders. Fucking crazy. Yeah, we're gonna have to spend a lot of time because I still need my freaking Draconic Visage too for my shield. I'm at 329, only have the Visage in the book. It's nice to have gotten the Visage already, though. Because that's like a 1 in 2,000 or something, isn't it? That's pretty cool. Booyah. Hey, 600 pure essence. That's what's up. That's a hell of a good drop from that boss. I like that a lot. We're going to go ahead and put everything back in there because I don't actually need anything. To kill this boss 3 more times. I should be able to just do it. So we'll go back in here. We'll rejoin this bad boy. Kill this nerd 3 more times real quick. And then back to the barrows. Because it really is just all about the barrows. Because I'm all about that bass, no treble. Because mama, she told me don't worry about your size. Boys like a little more booty to hold at night. I used to play that song. We sort of had like an internal television / radio station on the ship when we were on deployment. And so they had, lots of music videos, and they did like a newscast and shit every day, about stuff that was going on in the area we were operating in. And that was one of the songs that was always on, one of the music videos that was always on while we were on deployment. So that song gets very firmly stuck in my head sometimes. And I can't get it out. I just be singing it. I've actually never heard that song outside of the fact that it was always on the TV when I was on deployment. Yeah, I don't know either. It definitely didn't feel like we were on deployment in an active war zone kind of a song to have on. But whatever. It was fine, I guess. It entertained me. So that's good enough, I suppose. Hey, defeat the mole 75 times. I mean, there was a lot of stuff, but they tried to keep it to more modern. There wasn't a lot of old school stuff. And honestly, I don't even really remember a lot of the other songs. I don't know why specifically that song stuck with me, but it did really, really hard. I didn't realize that I had killed this nerd 75 times. I know a little AC/DC, yeah. Just a little bit. See me right out of that sunset on your color TV screen. Out for all that I can get, if you know what I mean. Women to the left of me, women to the right. Ain't got no gun, ain't got no knife. Don't you start no fight, 'cause I'm TNT, dynamite, TNT, and I'll win the fight. I do like me a little AC/DC. It's good stuff. I don't think I know any Iron Maiden. At least I don't know any Iron Maiden songs that I know as Iron Maiden songs. Like, I wouldn't be able to identify which songs belong to them. Watch me explode. I mean, there's some pretty good rock and roll from that era, if I'm being honest. Some real good rock and roll from that era. AC/DC specifically reminds me, gosh, I must have been 7 maybe. Yeah, I guess I was 6 or 7, but I remember AC/DC specifically because we bought an album, bought a CD for AC/DC that had TNT, Highway to Hell, and a couple of other songs that I don't really remember. But I distinctly remember listening to it on the boombox while we were jumping on the trampoline outside when I was a kid. And it had to have been before I was 8 because we moved when I was 8 to the 40 acres. And this was while we were still living in town, in my hometown. So, with that, specifically, any ACD song immediately reminds me of that specific, like one specific day of being out on the trampoline, jumping up and down on the trampoline, listening to that CD. Yeah, I don't really know song names or band names. Aren't really ever in my brain, Master of Light, so I don't know what number the beast might be. Especially if the song name doesn't like directly correlate to the chorus of the song, then I almost never know what the names of songs are. So unless the words "Number of the Beast" are in that Iron Maiden song, I don't know it. It isn't. Oh, okay, cool, cool. Then I don't know that song. Oh shit, this is the last kill. Nice. Alright, you jerk face mole. It's game over, dude. You don't have it in you to take half of my health. So you're gonna die. Booyah! Victory is mine. Alright, Reaper task done. We have 57 Reaper points. And 7,000 Slayer XP. I'm gonna really have to start working on Slayer. I gotta get up. Like, honestly, I need to get all the way to 90 in Slayer. Which is gross. Let's see, we've already gotten our 500 kills, so we need a total of 750 boss kills to get our Grimoire. We don't even have our ancient stuff yet, but whatever. Oh, I can upgrade this without boss kills. Okay, so this is totally separate. 1,000 oak logs, 15 fire making, 30 fire making, 45 fire making. Okay. Okay. 600k away from 200 million thieving. Way to go, Midnight. That is some great work. Now just stop right there. Don't even finish the grind. Just let the grind hang. I have no items? Yeah, I don't need items. To kill these nerds? Please. The Barrows brothers are my biatches. My biatches. They couldn't kill me if they all attacked me at the same time. And I've got my vampire aura on right now. I am basically invincible. If you defeat me, you still can't beat me. Beware the flood. So lock up your daughter. Lock up your wife. Lock up your back Down and run for your life. Sicko tricko. Oh shit. Look at all them levels. Look at all them levels. Tricko is a sicko. You dare disturb my rest. That's right, dude. I dare disturb your rest. Be honest, if I see high levels on non-iron, I don't care. I mean... That's fair, I guess. That's fair. The game is still hella grindy, though. Like, even if you buy your XP, you still have to sit there and kill all those freaking... all the freaking dummies and all that shit. Is it much easier? Absolutely. But it's still kind of grindy as fuck. And let's face it, the grind in this game is not conducive to having a life. I mean, I've played this game approximately 10 hours a day for almost 2 months. I'm like barely in the mid game. There are people who... Ooh, aw. I already have a bunch of Varix flails. I don't want it. Give me something else. But yeah, I mean, I've got, what, like 450 hours in this game? I'm like, nowhere. So I could imagine, I mean, could you imagine if this was all the progress you made in a whole year? I definitely see why people utilize the treasure hunter and stuff. And again, I don't have a problem necessarily with being able to use treasure hunter and being able to get XP and stuff in that way. The problem I have is that it's a loot box that costs money. I think if they had treasure hunter, but the only way treasure hunter worked, or the only way you could get keys, was through the end game content, instead of being able to buy them, and you just got like your daily keys or whatever, then Treasure Hunter wouldn't be a problem. It's allowing people to spend money on gambling inside your game that's the issue, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, those things are all totally fine for me. Any keys that you spend on the treasure hunter that you earn from playing the game, I'm cool with. Or treasure hunter could also have been a really cool, like rested XP thing, where if you're playing the game, you're not, if you're playing the game, then you're not earning keys. But if you don't play the game for, 12 hours or something like that, that you earn a key. And it could be like a form of rested XP. I think that'd be cool. But yeah, I think taking Treasure Hunter out is a good move because it was a monetized system, and monetized gambling systems are fucking evil. But I also don't think that gambling reward systems are bad if they're completely housed within the game. Bronze Man would be cool if they make it official. Is Bronze Man's the one where you can only buy stuff from the Grand Exchange that you've personally found, right? So like if you wanted multiples of something, you could go buy it, but you have to go get it first. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's a cool mode as well. I think there are lots of different cool modes that could be played in this game, and I'm glad that they're sort of leaning into it. Because challenge modes are a really great way to keep players playing a game after they've beaten it. Especially, your hardcore player base are the types of players who would play multiple accounts or play a second account after they're done. They're your WoW players that have like one of every single class maxed out. And those people respond really, really well to challenge modes like hardcore, like Iron Man. I honestly would really love to see the entire concept of group Iron Man really sweep the MMO space. I think that's probably one of the coolest things. But even beyond that, there could be a lot of fun challenge modes that are temporary. And I think that that's something, you have leagues in OSRS and now coming to RS3. And I think that's another thing that's pretty underutilized is interesting mechanics for league systems like that. Because there are lots of people out there who play MMO games who would happily stop playing their main for a brief period of time if they could earn something cool for their main through some sort of temporary, competitive, unique league mechanic thing. And so there's a lot of stuff. When you look at the MMO genre in general, there are a lot of things that are being underutilized or not even really considered that don't make a lot of sense. And it seems like the people who make the RuneScape game are kind of on the cutting edge of those systems. I don't really have a lot of experience with other MMOs that have, things like the league mechanics, things like Iron Man, hardcore Iron Man, group Iron Man. All of these things are really, really unique to RuneScape, and they drive a huge amount of what keeps people playing this game. And so another thing that really benefits is if you create challenge leagues like that, and if you create challenge modes like that, you send veteran players backwards to go play earlier content, which makes earlier content feel more alive to new players, which drives new player retention. Have I listened to the OSRS podcast? I have not, Midnight. EOC ruined RS3. Mike, I think that's a very common position. I personally didn't play RuneScape when EOC first came out. I just started playing about 2 months ago. And so my only experience with Evolution of Combat is its current state. And I personally think it's one of the best combat systems I've ever played. And it's one of the reasons that I play RS3 over OSRS. So I love the combat system in this game. I think it could be worked on some more, right? I think if we had more skills, if we had more special attacks with different items, if there were more interesting set bonuses and stuff like that, I think this would be the best combat system in any MMO if a little more polish and stuff was put into it. So I love RS3's combat. I think it's fantastic. It took maybe 2 years to smooth out the combat. Yeah, so that's really where the problem lies, right? Is a lot of people left RS3 because they hated Evolution of Combat. It took them a really long time to get it fixed. And now there's a sunk cost, right? So if Evolution of Combat comes out, everybody hates it. You put out OSRS to placate those people, and they move over, right? They abandon their main accounts in the main game to go play OSRS because they can't stand Evolution of Combat, and then it takes you another year or more to fix Evolution of Combat and make it something that you can actually use again. You're never going to get those players who left to OSRS back because now you're not going to get somebody to abandon all of their time and energy twice. Because at that point, they're saying, well, when is something like this going to happen again? When are they going to do something that's going to make me not ever want to come back again? So private servers and over 100K players is the reason why OSRS is here today. I think OSRS is here today because nobody was going to do that move twice, right? Nobody was going to say EOC sucks, move to OSRS, and then EOC gets fixed, move back. Like, that's too much. It saved Jagex. They could split the game. Then EOC comes along, divides the player base, sends players away from the game in droves, and eventually sparks the birth of OSRS. But I love the combat in RuneScape 3. If I had my way, right, if I was like in control, then I would really lean into the automation system. And I would really lean into more versatility, more variability in skills. RS3 just needs a total rebalance after Necromancy, not gonna lie. So again, I think that Necromancy is good in that it's a more casual friendly approach. Maybe not for irons because there's a lot of stuff we have to do to get Necromancy up. But for main accounts, Necromancy sort of just takes the place of the other 3 combat skills. So if you're a more casual player who doesn't have the time to grind all of the combat skills up so that you can fight all of the different kinds of enemies, Necromancy is a great thing to have. I do think that generally necromancy allows you to kill things too quickly because you're not using necromancy seems to not really fall in the category of nothing has or it doesn't have a bonus to anything. It more seems like it has a bonus to everything, which is a little weird. I also think that it might be a good idea to completely remove the ability to use necromancy from the other skills. Specifically, being able to use lesser the bone shields with your other styles, I don't like. Right? Because necromancy is completely separated from the triangle and from weakness and buffs. I think if you just completely take it out, right, completely separated, don't allow any interaction between the other combat styles and necromancy, I think that would be a good thing. Nothing has an affinity stat to necro with the exception 2 or 3 bosses. Yeah, but it seems like necro has an affinity to everything. Right. It doesn't seem like it's mid ground. It seems like it's more on par with whatever's best against everything instead of being in the middle between what's best and what's worst. Which again, I think is fine. I honestly, I think that necromancy is good because it's so casual friendly for main accounts, but it needs to hold that position specifically, right? It needs to be so weak. Oh, is that you? That's funny. It needs to be weak enough that you're never going to hit really, really fast kill times on bosses. And then it needs to be completely separated so that you basically don't use it all with any of the other skill types. So that it's very specifically this casual friendly thing. Necro's aim more for manual users, is it? So I really just haven't played Necro. And I don't really... I'm not familiar with its combat or anything like that. I'm just familiar with its leveling system. And its leveling system is fairly simple. KBD Wilderness in 5 minutes if interested. The King Black Dragon is infuriated by the disturbances in the wilderness and is preparing to take out his rage on all combatants near Demonheim. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've never done that. Let's fucking go do that. What do I get for that? Do I need to use my Demonheim ring to teleport to Demonheim, or do I just need to go out to the wilderness near Demonheim? Motherfucker. Bring food and potions, okay. Yeah, I don't even have PvP turned on. I never turn on PvP. I'm not a PvPer, especially not in this game. Especially not in this game. I played a lot of New World. I was actually gonna just hardcore play New World when it was out. But then they decided to get rid of it. Let's see. Let's get defense. Let's get a super defense. And let's get attack. Let's get a super attack. And then let's go in here and let's get some sharkies. That'll be good, right? Oh, I need poison potions, don't I? Poison. Let's pull out a couple of these. And then let's get my dragon shield. Booyah. Let's go ahead and wear that bad boy. We'll take this off for now. And then we'll go get some sharkies. And I need to go over here, right? Yeah. So let's teleport real quick. So is it going to be in the wilderness or is it going to be in deep? Oh, there it is. There's everybody. Let me go. Run faster. Hey. The Event King Black Dragon Rampage was completed successfully, but you did not contribute enough to personally gain rewards. No. No. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Ah, well. There were a lot of people there. I have a sinking suspicion I wouldn't have gotten anything anyway. I don't do enough damage, I don't think. Those people hit too hard. Maybe next time I'll go to like a more dead server. So that I have a little chance to get a little more damage in. Because that was a lot of motherfuckers right there. Holy shit. Oh, now I don't have my... I got my shield on like an idiot. Don't do no damage that way. Take that off. Get my defender. Dope. These freaking boss portals from War are so fucking useful, dude. And now I can reset one of them every day for free to a different boss. We're gonna get our repriser, and then I'm gonna, like, fuck up the Flesh Hatcher. Of course, honestly, the Flesh Hatcher is still gonna be really hard for me with ranged, because my ranged abilities don't hit AoE very well. All of my ranged AoE abilities kind of just suck. I guess I could still just throw the dragon sword on. But I'll be wearing... No, because I'll be wearing the wrong shit. Maybe I'll wear my level 75 hybrid gear for it. And then switch to a two-handed. Yeah, Ian, but there's an ad phase in the Flesh Hatcher where they throw the egg sacs at you or whatever. And if you don't kill the egg sacs, then it spawns 3 enemies. So for most of y'all, you probably never actually had to interact with that mechanic because it doesn't happen until 1.5 minutes into the fight. So if you kill the Flesh Hatcher faster than 1.5 minutes, then you never have to deal with the egg sacs. But I don't kill it that fast. Yeah, the ricochet ability just doesn't do enough damage to... Because you have to kill them within, like, 3 attacks. And they have 2,000 hit points. And so... yeah, I haven't ever actually used the Chinchampas. Maybe that'd be a good idea. The other option is just to wear my hybrid gear, which gives me an increased crit chance anyway, so might be good. And then just swap to my two-handed dragon sword and nuke everything real quick. I don't know. As soon as I get my repriser, we'll find out. I do have technically 2 AoE abilities on my ranged, right? I've got bombardment and ricochet. Let's see, that's a threshold. Ricochet is just a regular attack. So I could just put both of those on my manual cast bar so that I don't waste them. And hopefully that would be good enough. We'll see. We'll have to try some things just to make sure we can do what we want to do. Hey there, duder. You're gonna get murdered. Keep getting confused in these Barrows fights. Oh yeah, how's that? Because there's so many people opening up. So if you just wait for them to attack you, you'll just start auto-attacking the one you're supposed to attack. And you can just go with that. You can go with this, or you can go with that. You can go with this, or you can go with that. You can go with this, or you can go with that. Or you can go with us. Very important to get all 6 of them. You drastically reduce your chance at getting an item if you don't get all 6. Like, drastically. I'm out of my vampirism aura. Let's get 2 more damage aura. Activate. Gotta start actually making use of my auras. Gotta start making use of these fucking things. They're important. So when are we expecting? Is it going to be the 19th, or is there like a certain time of the year when we can generally expect to get more information? Or when are we kind of expecting some information to come out about the roadmap for like combat and stuff like that, with maybe a little more specifics? Or are we probably not going to see those things until right before patches and stuff drop? How does Jagex usually roll out information? Because I'm really freaking excited about learning more about how they're going to be changing combat and how they're going to be reworking it. It should be this month that they do a Runescape ahead to show the general roadmap. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I know that actually we should go and maybe look at that. We could like bring our range stuff in here because there's beta worlds, right? Like you can hop worlds and go check out. Um, oh, you need beta access. Okay. Gross. How do I get that? Need to load a fresh client for the beta. Okay. Well, we'll deal with that. One of these days, this channel will be popular enough that I can probably get into like their creator program and stuff. So we'll worry about that stuff at that time. RuneScape 3 does not currently have publicly available beta worlds as of January 2nd, 2026. Beta worlds are typically only open temporarily for specific updates or testing phases. Yeah, I thought they were specifically having like a ranged beta thing, but I'm still new enough to the game. I don't really understand how they do that stuff, so. We'll get there eventually. The RS guy made a good informative video if you want a lot more details on it. Yeah, more I was interested in kind of going through and looking at things. I think I have a pretty different perspective than a lot of the more hardcore players because of how focused I am on the Revo system. Whereas I think a lot more sort of high-end Hey, what's up, Z-Fall? Um, but because of most of those really high-end players being more manual players, I definitely want to go and take a look at all those things from my own perspective because I think it's fairly different than most people who play this game. Because I hate manual combat. I think it's dumb. Nice. That's why it's play manual, but most high-level players are Revo players. Oh, are they? Yeah, I mean, I think Revo is fucking incredible. What a cool system. Just use my thresholds when I'm like in higher tier PVM, since then your defense skills are more important to get the right timing. Yeah. Yeah, I have had to take resonance off of here and move it down here, like on the flesh hatcher. If I take resonance off and actually or manual cast it, then I can kill the flesh hatcher without using any food. So they want to rise all combats to 120, remove thresholds, and make them more like necro abilities. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I kind of like the threshold system. Um, I don't really know how the necro stuff works. But I don't dislike the threshold system. I think instead of, so here's what I would be doing, because the threshold system and reworking thresholds doesn't necessarily have a ton of effect on manual combat, right? The threshold system really has the biggest effect on revo combat. And so if instead of taking out the thresholds, if they added more possible conditionals, so for example, if if I could have my defensive skills only casting if the other ones weren't up, like for example, my debilitate and my reflect effectively have the same effect where they prevent 50% damage. So if I could have reflect only cast if debilitate is not active, and have debilitate only cast if reflect is not active, then that would really clear up a lot of the problem with my threshold skills, where I end up with sort of duplicated effects because I don't have as much control. So instead of getting rid of the threshold system because of how clunky it is in the Revo bar, if you just gave me a few more conditional options within my Revo bar skills, like, only cast rejuvenate if I'm below 60% health, only cast transfigure in whatever certain conditional situation if I have a certain status effect. I could put freedom up here if I could only cast freedom when I had a stun or a bind on me. And so I could get rid of some of these manuals if I had some conditionals that I could use, and it would really, really clean up the Revo combat. And I think that's the point of getting rid of the threshold abilities, is to try and clean up the Revo combat a little bit, because I don't think it has that much of an impact on manual combat. And then, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it just feels better. And then you can focus more on your movement skills. You can focus more on your weapon swaps, your special attacks, stuff like that. And then I think they also should probably restrict the number of abilities you can even have on your bar. And this is probably going to be an unpopular opinion, but I think 2 bars should be maximum. I think you should have 1 Revo bar. I think you should have 1 manual bar. And I don't think you should be able to have any other bars. Oh, you got an RM staff? Nice. Nice, nice. Congratulations. Turn it into a reflector. Be a badass. That's fair. You definitely need some stuff for some other things, but you can switch bars, right? No, Ian, the two-hander, the staff turns into the reflector. The wand does not turn into the reflector. Only the two-handed weapons can use the corrupted sigils to transform. Yeah, I don't know what I would do about non-combat bars midnight, but I think having more than, I mean, that's 28 skills that you can bring in, and I think that really limits creativity with builds, because if I can have four bars in a combat encounter, then I can bring every skill. And then I can bring like 6 necklaces with special attacks and still have room on all my bars. And so one of the things that I've noticed about games in general is that while sandboxes are really cool, and while do anything is really cool, the more restrictions you put on what can be done, the more creative the player base gets. Because, and it has to be strict limitations with lots of options, right? So you need to create more skills and then take away your ability to use a lot of them at a time, so that you have to go in and you have to look for, synergies and things that work well together. You have to focus in on a specific thing you're trying to do, and then you have to build into that. And so the way things are right now is we have very few skills, but we can use tons of them in combat. And so there's not nearly as much creativity in your build. It's mostly about the moment-to-moment gameplay. And I think you could still have really good moment-to-moment gameplay, but you could add a lot more build creativity, build variety, build identity, if you had stricter limits on what you could use. I mean, for example, the original Guild Wars, you had hundreds of skills per class, but you could only bring 8 with you when you left the city. So out of hundreds of skills, you had to decide on the 8 skills you wanted to take to use. And so things got really, really specific, right? You weren't a tank, you were a very specific type of tank. You weren't a ranger, you were an oath nuker or an interrupter or, a trapper or whatever. You weren't just a ranger, because there were tons of different things that these classes could do because you had all of these different options, but you were restricted so much, right? You could only have one ultimate skill and then 7 regular skills. But there were hundreds, right? There were hundreds of ults. There were hundreds of regular skills. And so you really had to define, like, what am I doing? Yeah. And in this, I can just take all of my combat abilities with me. Some streamers have up to 70 abilities on their screen at once. Such a goofy current. Yeah, I mean, it just limits creativity when you have access to everything. The thing about RuneScape is that you can do it all at any time, though. That's part of the experience. I think intent is important. Especially in RuneScape 3, maybe not so much in OSRS, but because in RuneScape 3, we have a lot more ability to teleport around, I think, than it seems like you do in OSRS. But because of how easy it is to teleport around in this game, and because of how short a distance you need to move between your bank, right, whatever your closest bank is, and whatever activity you're trying to do, and because we have so many presets, and because you have so much ability to make those decisions and then make them available to you permanently at just really quick button clicks, I think that preparation is an important part and needs to be something that's more focused on. Right? You have a limited amount of bank space already. Right? This limited amount of bank space already causes you to take time to make those preparation decisions. So adding that preparation decision making also to your skills isn't really changing the way things already work. Yeah, I'm getting hosed pretty good too right now, Gamerscar. Item switches, always a big thing, so access to multiple styles at once has been such a core thing. So I don't have a problem with switching weapons, causing these bars to switch. I actually think that is a really great thing. But again, I think you should be limited. So you see, when I run my hybrid guild, my hybrid build, not guild, when I run my hybrid build, I have a different revo bar and a different manual bar for each of my weapons. And they auto switch when I switch, and I think that's fine. But what I don't want is, I don't want to have, right, I've got my melee stuff out right now, and I can absolutely go over here to melee, and I could add 2 more bars, and I could bring every single melee skill onto my hotbar right now. And then I could set up a weapon swap, and I could swap my revo bar and my primary secondary ability bar, and I could add all of my ranged abilities, and I could add all of my magic ability, and I could just have every ability out here. And that's right. I don't mind being able to swap which build you're playing, But I do want you to need to make a build. And that's, I mean, like I said, it's probably an unpopular opinion. RuneScape has been the way it is for a really long time. People are comfortable with it. People like it. So if it never changes, I'm not going to get upset about it. Because I still have the ability, I can limit myself, right? I can play like I'm playing right now, where I can just have one Revo bar and one other bar. And I can make myself builds. And I can create that for myself without a problem. It's going to cause a bunch of people to come in my chat and be like, why no have more bars all the time? And I'm going to have to tell them because I don't want to. But it is totally a thing I can do, and I will do. Because I don't want to have to hit more than 14 buttons, right? That doesn't seem fun to me. But I do think it would be good for the game. I think it would be good for creativity. It would also require, so if you did it right now, I don't think it would be good because there aren't enough skills in the game and there isn't enough variability in what those skills do. Like you've got some bleeds and you've got some defensive skills, but for the most part, you have bleeds, you have channels, and you have regular attacks. And as far as conditions are concerned, you don't have a ton of conditions that you can apply that interact a lot with a lot of your other skills. At least I haven't experienced that up to this point in this game. So you would need a lot more skills and a lot more variability before applying those restrictions would actually have a positive impact. So, I mean, it would be a huge overhaul on the level of evolution of combat kind of change. And I assume that they're pretty loath to do something like that because, you know, the last time they made a sweeping change like that to combat, they almost killed their game. So but it's whatevs. It's still fun. It's still one of the best combat systems out there, I think. I still enjoy the shit out of it. Still enjoy the shit out of it. And I will just continue to play with my own personal restrictions. And that's fine. And there's a long history of that in RuneScape, right? You've got Iron Man, you've got One Chunk, you've got Tile Man, you've got Bronze Man, you've got Hardcore. Even though Iron Man, Group Iron Man, and Hardcore are all built-in systems now, they weren't when the game first came out. And when those modes first came out, they were just challenge modes that people created for themselves. So, I mean, there's a long history in this game of finding ways to limit yourself to make your own kind of fun that way. Which is a good thing. Jeebus. Vestments of Havoc. Oh shit. Level up. I'm stronger now. I got a strength level. Oop. Oh, this person has Tuska's cape on. I don't know why they have Tuska's cape and no other. I guess it gives 33 armor. That's interesting. Hey, first drop Thorax hammer. Nice. Good deal. Congratulations. I can't believe I still haven't gotten any new items today. I swear, y'all are bad luck charms. Every time I play this Barrows stuff on stream, I get like no new items. And then I'll do some more Barrows stuff off stream. And then I'll get like 3 or 4 new items in 6 hours. Y'all are killing my RNG. It's all your fault. The only thing I ever get when I'm playing on stream is those stupid amulets. Watch, I'll get another amulet of Forsaken right here. Then I'll have to lose my shit. Then I will have to lose my shit. And I don't want to lose my shit. Because I have like 7 amulets of the Forsaken. It's dumb. Come on, Guffin. Give me that helmet. Or is it the legs? I don't know what it is. Give me the item I don't have yet so I can have your full set. Give me that full set. Oh. Oh, Arim's robe. Ooh. I have the full Arim set now. Oh, shit, son. We fancy. We fancy. Why is my Kirill stuff in my mage? Weird. Hey, Ultimate Apex. What's up? What's up? Doing good. Just killing more fucking Barrows because I still have items that I need that I won't. But I now have the teleport so I can go kill the bosses easy, which makes me feel pretty good. How are you doing? How's your new year? You got any RuneScape New Year's resolutions? Got anything you're focusing on? Kill all God Wars Dungeon 1 bosses and get all their items and pets. That's a good goal. And that's a goal that actually could take you all year, depending on how much you play. Good New Year's resolution. I like it. I like it. Oh, you've already cleared 2 of them? Damn, good job. Good job. I still haven't cleared a single boss because this fucking giant mole is an asshole. The giant mole spooned me my fucking pet and then still hasn't given me my 2-handed dragon sword. $2K plus kills in the melee guys, still no pet? Ouch. Ouchie. You'll get him. I believe in you. This is where you really start to see how crazy the grind in this game is. You've killed that that boss 2K plus times. I haven't even killed bosses 2K plus times. I'm under 700 total boss kills. $6,680 kills for the krill pet? Oh, fuck me. Yo, that sucks. I don't... Stop telling me horror stories. I don't want to play anymore. I quit. If I kill something almost 7,000 times and I don't get my pet, I'm gonna be mad. Gonna be so mad. Oh, this game is gonna ruin my fucking life, dude. Gonna ruin my life. 690 kills for the log and pet. Oh, nice. Someone in my clan opened 10K hard clue caskets. Not one shadow die or blood die. And only 2 third age pieces. I don't know what the drop rates on those are, but ouch. Yeah, no kidding. That's why my title was what my title was yesterday, about the devs being sadists and the players being masochists. Because there's no reason for anybody to play this game and try and complete all those logs and stuff. I mean, it's actually insane. Right? The kill counts on these are way too high. And yet somehow, if they lowered them, I think less people would play. It's really crazy. Yeah, that's fucking wild, dude. Fucking wild. That's a cool story to have, though. Wario Land, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. I don't know if the Barrows is still super relevant. Yeah, but I'm an Iron, and I just started playing this game about 2 months ago. So it's relevant to me, even if it's not relevant to the rest of the people who play this game. I am trying to get all of my defenders. I like using lots of defensive skills on my Revo bar. So I'm trying to get the Defender, the Repriser, and the Reflector. I have the Defender and the Reflector, but I don't have the Repriser. And I need to get the Wand from a Rim so that I can have a good level 70 main hand for my magic. And then I'll have all the things that I kind of want from this right now. And then we'll start moving on to some other bosses with some hybrid stuff like doing Jad, which we failed yesterday, and some other stuff like that. I think it's cool Barrows is still being played 20 years later. Yeah, I've actually... There's a bunch of people running around from the chat right now doing Barrows, trying to finish out their logs because they didn't really do them. And they've been watching me do it for like 2 weeks now, so they've jumped in and started doing their logs as well. It's been a good time. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, so I don't know any OSRS. I've never played OSRS, obviously, or this game until just a couple of months ago. But I mean, I think it probably depends in OSRS too. I assume in Iron, there's probably a lot of stuff that maintains its relevance really well. Because the progression in this game, while you have your skill level progression, it seems to me like a lot of the progression in this game is more based on what gear you're wearing. Your skill is just kind of deciding whether or not you can wear the gear, not how far along you are in your progression. You still have to sort of progress through the different tiers of equipment and stuff, it seems like. So and I also think relevance is relative, right? If you like the set bonuses, right? Like Guthin's set has an incredible bonus, and you want to play with that, then it's relevant, right? Or, if you want your Durax, if you want to play some sort of a low life, big hit build, I mean, there aren't other sets that have those same benefits at this tier. So, I think it's all relative. Yo, Damien, what's up, dude? What is up? Happy New Year. I looked for your stream on Monday. What happened, dude? I didn't realize I told you this Monday. It's the first Monday of 2026, so this coming Monday. Oh, okay. I'll take on it. Maybe that is what you said, or maybe I got confused. That is not just a probability, but highly likely. I'm pretty easy to confuse. Especially when I'm excited about stuff and I want it to happen as soon as possible. My brain just hears what it wants to hear. So that's exciting though. I'm happy for it. For those of you who may not know, Damien Darkrose is one of the oldest viewers of this channel from way back when I was playing Once Human, and will be starting his streaming journey this coming Monday. So if you have any interest in Soulframe, I take Mondays off, so I won't be here anyway. But if you have any interest in Soulframe, you might go hit Damien's channel with a follow. And then when he starts streaming up on Monday, I think he's going to be doing Monday, Wednesday, Fridays with some Soulframe and some other games. He's got a whole spiel on his Twitch. But if any of those games that are on there seem interesting to you, hit him with a follow and maybe check him out when I'm not here to be your entertainment. Once Human was a good game. It really was. If Once Human had more content when I ended up quitting playing, then I probably would have continued to play Once Human. We had a really great little community over there, and we were having a lot of fun. But the game started to get really repetitive in a really bad way because there weren't. I think one of the things that RuneScape does really well is that it gives you a lot of goals. Right, you're constantly going for achievements, you're constantly going to level, you're constantly trying to get logs and stuff like that, so there's lots of goals to complete. So even though the game is extremely repetitive, even though I've killed this boss hundreds of times, I'm still interested in doing it because I'm trying to complete that log. And that wasn't really a thing a lot in Once Human, where you know, I was constantly redoing the same content, but I didn't feel like I was going towards anything while I was doing that. Yeah, so there's new skills. I went back a couple of times to Once Human, and probably actually my favorite return to Once Human, the thing that was most interesting to me, was when they gave you the ability to... I did add you. You're right there. Nope. I know I added you because I've seen you on here before. Oh, no, maybe I'm just an asshole. Yep, I think I'm just an asshole. Is that you right there in front of me? No. Rank-ish. There we go. Now we got you. Booyah. Who's this dude? A Dragon Titan. Anyway, but when they added jumping to the cars, was like the most fun I've ever had playing a video game in Once Human. I loved the vehicles. I loved building a little base on the back of my flatbed and driving that motherfucker around. We did all kinds of dumb shit with that flatbed. It was so much fun. New skills content as far as different events, but it's still the same maps. You have the original map. The map they did the Frozen/Lava storyline in. As far as I'm aware, there's no new maps. The game still resets every month or so. Yeah, so they have this really cool meta progression in Once Human. And so one of the things that I enjoyed the most, and they are kind of leaning into this, we had some of our best streams when I was playing Once Human when we were going after all the little pet dudes. I forget what they're called now. But going after and grinding those pets and going back to the same spot over and over again to check if they were there and just going through that whole system was a lot of fun and had a lot of value. So it's stuff like that, right? It's having some sort of meta progression. It's having logs. It's having skill levels. It's having all that stuff. And so if you're having to repeat content, but you're going towards something as you're doing it, then it's still got value as you repeat it. And that was just something I didn't feel like Once Human had a lot of. There were a few things that you were grinding towards, but for the most part, you were kind of grinding for the sake of grinding. And that was no fun. Speaking of grinding, the game my wife and I are trying today is super grindy, way more than any other survival game I've ever played, called Icarus. Oh, is that the that's the one where you like come from outer space, right? Where you're like and you've got to manage your oxygen because you can't necessarily breathe on the planet or whatever. But again, I think that game is kind of grindy, but there's not a lot of attainable goals. You know, you can make your house bigger and you can set some of your own goals for what you want your structures and stuff to look like. But if you don't have, you know, logs, if you don't have items that you're chasing after, if you don't have drops, if you don't have skill levels, if you don't have, you know, this perpetual sort of meta progression, then things start to feel a little stale. And it's not something I realized was a problem until I started playing RuneScape 3, and I realized how much just this logbook has made this grind super fun for me. Right? Just having these 39 items or whatever that I know have really high drop rates, or really low drop rates, sorry. Really low drop rates, to go and kill these things over and over. Now I've almost killed them 400 times. And the only thing that is really driving me to keep killing them is getting these unique items. That's the only motivator here. And it works. It works really, really well. But this doesn't just have to be items, right? It can be achievements, it can be cosmetics, it can be crafting materials, it can be, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. And I think that's something that a lot more games, because you'll get a lot more longevity out of your playtime if there are things to complete, right? If there are goals to achieve. Gamers are really simple, right? We like to see numbers go up, and we like to complete lists of things that we're supposed to do. We're just not complicated people, right? This is a downtime pastime, right? Video games are a recreational time thing. And so the goal of those games, or the goal of playing video games, is, you know, the dopamine, the reward. And so you find a bunch of ways to give little and big rewards, and you space those out over, you know, proper amounts of time and effort. And then you feel good about the time that you spend playing the game. I mean, it's a fairly simple psychological interaction. I do the thing, the game tells me good job for doing the thing, Gives me a little reward for doing the thing. Brain is happy. Yeah, I mean it's all about the dopamine. I mean, it's why things like loot boxes and gambling systems hit gamers so hard. It's because the same gaming and gambling are very much sort of the same interaction. And the more games have leaned into the gambling systems, the more addictive they've become, but also the more financially detrimental they've become, just very much like gambling. And so, I mean, we know, right, that the gaming industry knows that they can hit those same buttons that Las Vegas has been hitting for, decades to get people to spend their money and do all that stuff. So, I mean, I guess technically the game dev industry does know it. They just use it in a very nefarious, malicious way to try and get money out of you. Yeah, this isn't even all the ammo because it doesn't auto stack into my stack. So all the stuff that I've gotten today is actually in my freaking storage because when I pick it up, it doesn't auto stack in, which kind of annoys me. But yeah, you only get like 30 at a time. And then I've got like 7,000. So I mean, I'm almost at 400 kills. 4 more kills to go and I'll be at 400. I'm actually pretty excited to break that 400 mark. Really excited. I mean, I figure it's taken me an average of about 6 or 7 minutes per kill. And I've killed these guys about 400 times. So that's 2,400 minutes. I don't know what 2,400 minutes into hours is, but 2,400 divided by 60. Yeah, 40 hours about of my 400 to 450 hours have been spent just killing. Well, no, I definitely must have done the math wrong because it's definitely been more than that. It's probably been closer to 60 hours that I've spent killing these guys. This is a long one too because there's so much running around and like going places. Like it doesn't take any time to get the kills on like the King Black Dragon because you just go in there and beat his ass and then he respawns, you beat his ass again. But honestly, I want to get my Guthans and I want to use the Guthans to go kill. Well, I guess I could use an anti-fire. If I bring a bunch of prayer potions and I use my magic defense against the King Black Dragon with Guthans, I bet you I could just wreck the shit out of him. That's true. The King Black Dragon does take a little while to respawn. You're not wrong about that. Yo, look at all these people who are in my freaking friends who are playing right now. The Gamer Scar is your... What's your character's name? Is it just the Gamer Scar with no numbers? The gamer scar. Hey, it is. Nice. Dope. Yeah, I'm sorry if I forget to add you all, and you want me to add you, just let me know. I am more than happy to add up some friends. And I'm always happy, like I said, anytime if y'all have bosses and stuff right around me or anything like that, and you want to get together and do some stuff, we can. The only thing I ask is that you try to keep yourself in gear around my level so you're not hard carrying me, because I'd like to be able to actually participate in the kills. And I do want to kill bosses that I've never killed before the first time on my own. So I know that doesn't leave a lot of options right now, right? I've only got the King Black Dragon, the Hatcher, the Barrows Brothers. So there's not a lot of stuff that we could do together right this moment. But just keep that in mind as I progress through the game. If you've never done a boss with a team before, or if you've never done a boss at all before, or something like that, you want to do it together, just let me know. We can go run and do that stuff. I will do my best to try and open up as much content like that as I can. A, because I want to do the content, but also because it'll give us something that we could do together as well. Okay, dudes. What is this shit? What is this shiznit? Give me my items. You motherfucking bums. Hey, we're 3 hours into this stream already. Holy shit. You know what I need to do, actually? We could take a little break here. I've got 12,000 of these Christmas wrapping papers. Yo, I have 18,000 odd mints. Holy shit. We should actually have some new items in the Odd Mint Cosmetic store. So let's go do some things. Let's check my Odd Mints. Let's get myself something to drink. I have a water bottle right here. I actually haven't been drinking nearly enough water today, but that's fine. I've only had like a half a bottle of water so far, which is bad. Exchange wrapping paper. All right, what do we got? Butt-ass ton of food. More butt-ass ton of food. And some oddments. Wow, that was awful. We can get shit there. Feels bad. What do we got? Planting Flag Rest. The Bulwark of Revenge Shield. Aegis of Devotion. And Reborn. What the fudge is this? This pet can follow you around on your adventures. Restrictions. Some areas of the game, such as minigames or boss battles, do not allow pets. Your pet might not be shown to other players in areas of high player activity. I don't much care about that. I kind of like this Bulwark, though. I'm a pretty big Kite Shield fan in general. And it's got this heart on it. That's kind of dope. Let's get it. Aegis of Devotion. Dope. And then... No, and then. Okay, it's not up here right this moment. Oh, that's because it's right here. Oh. What? So confused. It'll go in there at some point. I'm gonna go put it in my bank. And even though I don't think there's anything left for me to get, but it should still give me a cosmetic, right, Midnight? I'm gonna be real sad if it doesn't give me a cosmetic and I just wasted my 5,000 oddments. Bullerman with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You can put items in keepsake box to use the appearance whenever. What's a keepsake box? How do I do that? An option in wardrobe. Keepsake box. Buy keepsake key. Keepsake box can store wearable items as cosmetic overrides. To add an item, you'll need a keepsake key. Oh yeah, no, gross. Ew. Let's see, we've got another 6,000 Christmas spirits here. 2 bonds for 3 keys? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let's go into... What is it? This one? It's this one. Here we go. I still don't quite have everything here. We'll have to get some more Christmas spirit. Probably get up some crafting or fletching to get the rest of my spirit this week. Yeah, what do we need to get the rest of this? 1.5, 3, 4.5, 6, 9, 12, 15, 5. They go on specials sometimes. I buy them when that happens. Yeah, we're not dealing with that. Fuck that. Let's see. I don't actually need to keep these because I can just reacquire them, right? Yeah, reclaim it at Diango, or whatever his name is. Destroy, yes. Destroy, yes. Destroy, yes. Destroy, yes. Dope. Okay. Had to take ourselves a little break. Go do some Christmasing. Now back to the grind. So you said you haven't played in a while, Bullerman. Are you going to be jumping back on? Are you coming back? You maybe have a fun goal for the new year? I already killed this one. I had a PC still. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty much done. Oh, you just like have all the capes and everything? I'm so jealous of those of you who've been playing for a long time and just have like mountains and mountains of built up stuff. So jelly. My account is only 2 months old. I have 200 million gold worth of wealth. That's it. $23 years. Yeah, there's a lot of people in this chat with 20-year capes. A lot of folks. It's honestly kind of crazy. I was just watching or just reading on Reddit the other day. Somebody recovered their super old account from like 2007. And they thought that they were like way farther along and their highest skill was like level 30. They were like, I played on this account for years. What happened? It was pretty funny. 9 HP. Oh, nice. So when y'all say 9 HP, it's because you started off with 10 Constitution, but because when the game was in its original form, a level of Constitution was just worth 1 hit point, right? And so you only have 9 HP because you've never leveled Constitution? Oh, back in the day you started with 9. Oh, okay. So you have 900 hit points, but you only have 9. Con? Got it. That's cool. That's a nice little bit of history. That's super cool. Time to die, Dirac. Okay, either you need to give me your axe, or you need to give me the piece of Guthans that I'm missing. Because I kind of want to ogre smash some stuff with a two-hander. I'm feeling a little ogre-y right now. Okay, you suck. How about that? Why do the Veros brothers hate me and not want to give me any of the items I want? I don't understand. For real, right? This is the kind of stuff, and we talked about this the other day too, but this is the kind of stuff that makes you feel like there's a dev or a mod, like on the other end, who's just fucking with you. Like I got almost back to back to back within 45 minutes the other day. I got 3 amulets of the Forsaken. And those are the kinds of things, they just make you feel like there's got to be a real person out there who's just like, haha, watch me fuck with this guy. And then just boom, drops me 3 Ammies of the Forsaken. Like it does, like it can't do anything with it. I got 12k Zammy God Wars Dungeon 1 kill count and no pet on my... Oh my god. Damn, dude. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. 12k. That's hilarious. Yeah, you have your own personal Jagex mod who's just fucking with you. That's what it is. That's fucking wild. Yeah, it would suck if you, like, missed it because it dropped and you were AFK, like in your first 100 kills. And now, 12,000 kills later, you still haven't gotten another one. That'd be hilarious. That would be hilarious. I got a ghost hunter body. That is fucking hilarious. 3% damage against ghostly targets upon killing a target, 3% XP from ghostly targets. Put it on. I got the herb burner from these guys as well. So many times I've killed these nerds. Honestly, I don't care that account anyway. It was just made while I was skilling on main. Needed a PVM account to loot share charms. It's still fun to get the logs done. Honestly, that's the thing that keeps me going. Killing these stupid assholes. Almost 400 kills now. Well, that's not true. I guess I did just complete a rim set. But I just now completed. I just can't kill except with darts. That's funny. Because you've got to keep your XP down or whatever. Do you not get XP if you kill with darts? Is that the rule? So you don't end up leveling up. Those click. Death touch darts are one hit kill, no XP. Cool, cool. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I threw out my back getting out of bed yesterday, so it's gonna take me a little longer than normal, but I'll be back in just a minute or two. Well, that's the first time I've heard that statement. You hate that they took out the treasure hunter? Paid so much in-game cash for bonds for them to delete your items? I don't think they're deleting items. They're going to delete all the proteins? Is there some reason that you're not using them, or I mean, I think it's pretty goofy to delete the items at all. I don't know if those items are tradable and stuff. Can you trade the proteins and stuff right now? Josh Arnold, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Yeah, so as long as they're not tradable, deleting them seems pretty insane to me. Especially if people spent money on them. That seems pretty wrong. You know, I understand wanting to purge the game of some of the pay-to-win stuff, but Protean make it easier and stupid, like it takes away from the actual fun of the game and stuff. For sure, Josh. I don't necessarily disagree that they should have never had items like that that you could pay for, right? The whole point of this game is XPing. And so being able to buy XP is a little meh, in my opinion. But the problem is if you let people buy those XP items, taking them away without any form of compensation would be ridiculous. So I don't, there's, you can't correct that mistake with another mistake. So when they delete the items, I assume they're going to be giving you something, right? They're not just going to delete them out of your inventory and not give you anything. So I would be curious to find out what the compensation is going to be for those items. They're not giving you anything. Yeah, see, that's insane to me. Proteans will be converted to oddments? Okay. Yeah, so that's... I mean, that'll give you access to more cosmetics and stuff in the future. That'll give you access to... I mean, whatever oddments are for. They are improving the oddments shop, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There will have to be some pretty significant changes, honestly. Yeah, I hope so too, the game. Game scare. It's a difficult transition to make. But I think in the long run, it will be a good transition for the game. I mean, seeing that they were taking out Treasure Hunter is one of the reasons I started playing this game. So at the very least, I know of one person who plays this game because of that change. So hopefully they will have a better positive impact than negative. I mean, bots never went away. There are, and so a lot of modern MMOs are really good examples of this because you have lots of modern MMOs that have really robust cash shops that still have tons and tons and tons of botting because people are always going to look for a deal, right? Hey, 400 Barrows Brothers. So you're never going to get rid of botting, and having a cash shop didn't reduce the number of bots at all. And getting rid of the cash shop isn't going to increase the number of bots, really. It's just a problem with MMOs, right? People see an opportunity to make some money, they're going to do it. Changing the monetization model is never going to change that. You could have a totally free-to-play game that had zero monetization, and there would be bots. Or you could have, something like Throne and Liberty or Ion 2, where you have massive monetization, and they still have tons of bots. I mean, I think one of the important things will also be to not make the decisions until after the actions are taken and then the blowback settles. Because if the items aren't getting deleted for a year, then there's a lot of time between now and when that happens. You're not. Please don't discuss selling items for real currency in my chat. If you want to talk about selling and trading items in-game for in-game currency, that's absolutely fine. But do not discuss selling items in my chat for real currency. You get one warning. If you do it again, I will ban you. That is unacceptable. Hey, good job, Gamerscar. Guthan's spear looks super dope. I'm a pretty big fan of the way spears look. I wish spears were one-handed items more often. They're almost always two-handed items in MMOs. And I would really love, just from an aesthetic and like fantasy perspective, I would really like to rock the spear and shield. It's got a very nice look to it. They were Saradominist warriors who assisted Saradon in his campaign to conquer Southern 4 and 3 during the God Wars. Oh, I didn't know that. The lore in this game, super fucking deep, man. Super fucking deep. Forgot how to get to that portal area where you're just at. How do I? It's this right over here. It's called War's Retreat. So if you look in your magic teleport spells, they should be right here. Or if you don't have the teleport and you want to just find it, Yeah, it's just north of the Draenor village, Lodestone. So you'll teleport in right here, and then this little group of things. One of them takes you to the Reaper's office. One of them takes you to the Underworld, and one of them takes you to War's Retreat. Man, I can't believe how many people we have watching across our two platforms right now. So I really would like to take this opportunity to thank those of you who have been here for a while. The growth of this channel since I've started playing RuneScape has been really, really good. And that primarily happens because there's been a really good core audience that has been showing up to lots of streams. They've been lurking, they've been chatting, and they've just been showing massive, massive amounts of support. And just being here to make the stream more visible to others and make the stream more appealing to others. So for those of you who have been here for a while and who participate a lot, I really, really do appreciate it because you are the driving force of most of that growth and most of the new people we've had coming in here day after day. So thank you so much. It's been a hell of a lot of fun to stream this game with you all. But they got corrupted by Sliske, the Majorat. He gave them powers, but took them away and killed them. What a dick. Their army buried them in the mounds. Sliske came and resurrected them as vengeful spirits. Wow, dude. What an asshole. Let me give you these powers. Then let me take them away and murder you. And then let me resurrect you to be an evil spirit. Like, just leave the poor guys alone. How many awful things do you have to do to one group of people before you just move on and fuck with somebody else, man? Holy crap. That's hilarious. Fuck these guys in particular. That's goddamn funny. Goofy little buggers. And now I get to kill them over and over and over again until they drop me special items. Yeah, I've interacted with Sliske a couple of times. I did some of the Sliske quests like super out of order because I wanted to get my Jaredscape. So like super early in my gameplay, I started working towards that and doing some of those quests. And then it took me a long time to actually get the Jaredscape because I suck at the trap puzzles. And I got really frustrated trying to beat the last quest to get the Jaredscape because I couldn't get through the traps. And so then it took me like another month to get my Jaredscape. I just got it like a week ago? Something like that. It was awful. The worst experience, man. The worst experience. Yo, I'm not getting nothing right now. This is a joke, dude. I'm not even getting like a bunch of corrupted sigils. I'm just getting hosed. I did get a Reams chest, that's true. But I've only gotten 2 items all day, I think. I got Varric's flail, and I got a Ream's chest. I think that's the only 2 items I've gotten today. And I've done quite a few kills. We've been cruising. We've been cruising. I usually get like, if I'm doing Barrows Brothers the whole day, I get like 6 items. I get about an item an hour. And we've been going for almost 4 hours. I've gotten 2 items. I'm getting worked over pretty good right now. It's a little bumpy. What that'll probably mean is I'll keep doing the Barrows tonight after stream. And then I'll get just a shitload of new items tonight. No. Almost left without finishing the kill because I thought he died. Yeah, I mean, it usually does even out, Josh. That's true. Usually does even out. But right in this moment, I want more items. Game's got to stop fucking with me. I am not good at delayed gratification. I want it now. It's my bar of chocolate. Give it to me now. I actually need to not kill the Barrows brothers tonight. After stream, I need to just do quests because there are some quests like the Fremennic Trials and some others that are holding me back from some of the other bosses I could fight right now. And as soon as I do get my repeater and my wand, I will want to go start doing those bosses. So instead of making y'all watch me do quests that I'm sure most of you have done 1,000 times, so that we can get to those bosses, I'll do those tonight. We'll do the Barrows and the bosses and stuff on stream. And then honestly, once we start getting into some of our gear and stuff here, we're going to take a little time to do some skilling as well. We're going to want to get back into some more archaeology. We want to do some thieving. We need to do some agility stuff. Probably need to do some more farming. Just need to work on our personally owned farm. a little bit and get some of that going. So we'll get out of some of the boss killing at some point in the next week or so and work on some of our other skills as well. So it's not just a mindless boss grind all the time. I haven't done much of some of this stuff in a while, so I'm a little rusty. Yeah, there's so much to do in this game. I mean, even like I got my personally owned farm. Some people from the chat told me about it. And I went and I got it. And for like 2 days, I was super gung-ho. It was the only thing I did. I haven't been to my personally owned farm in weeks. Because there's just so many. I just don't feel like there's enough time in the day. I say and hope I'll go for 120 archaeology next. I'll give up the... I think it's okay to give up on things in this game, Midnight, because any effort you put towards them is effort that pays off later. So I've actually done that a couple of times, right? Like I was going to get to 99 mining and smithing. Like in my first week of playing this game, I was like, I'm going for first 99 mining and smithing. I'm going to get it done in like a week or two. And then everybody laughed at me because there was no way. And then I got to 78 mining and I was like, okay, yeah, no, fuck this. But it does mean that this whole time, right, my smithing and mining has been up. So as I've gone through my melee and stuff, I've been able to just make my gear and have all my gear. So I think, yeah, as soon as something starts feeling boring, you just give up on it. And then you move on to a different goal. And if you reach that other goal, great. If you don't, give up on it. Because you can always come back, right? There's nothing... Unless you're playing one chunk, then, like, you're good. Just come back. I think that's totally fine. In fact, I think that's a positive thing. I think that's another issue with a lot of modern MMOs, is there aren't very many diverse goals. I feel like in modern MMOs, you're pretty pigeonholed into just, and especially with even games like WoW, right? The focus is the end game gear grind. And that's really all there is to focus on. And so you're just doing the same dungeon over and over and over again. So if you get bored or burned out on that one grind, then you're burned out on the whole game. And so there's just nothing you can do about it. But in this game, I mean, there's a million different things to grind. There's a million different things to do. And even just the change of scenery, right? Going from one boss to another boss and getting a slightly different scenery while you're still kind of doing the same thing is enough in some cases to make it feel fresh enough that you want to keep going. So yeah, I mean, I think you make a goal, you go really hard at it, and when it starts to bore the shit out of you, just move on to something else. 100%. Because you can always come back. That time is never wasted. And that's really important. I don't like feeling like I wasted my time if I don't complete my goal. I really just don't have a lot of negative things to say about this game, which is really crazy. Yeah, also, most skills are used for others. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. So most of your grinds are also benefiting your other grinds. And there's a lot of banked XP stuff that you get. I mean, like, I'm killing all these creatures, but I'm getting a lot of, runes and stuff that'll help me with magic things. There are other bosses where you get, like, charms and stuff, so set multiple goals, rotate through them, prevent burnout a bit more. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Ian. I think that's a great idea. Nerds. La da dee, la da dee, la dee da dee da dee dee. La da dee da dee dee. If you mind that I'm running around in the same world, let me know. I'll hop. I don't give a shit. The only time that it would bother me that somebody came to the same world as me into the same area is if, like, I was trying to grind mobs and the mobs had limited spawns. Then, I would, like, move. But just having you running around killing bosses in the same area as me doesn't bother me at all. I think it's great, honestly. I like it. It's super cool to see other peeps running around. Also, they don't make games like this anymore normally. Yeah, no, I mean, it's because of the WoW thing. WoW has kind of one very specific goal for your gameplay. And I think a lot of games are built like that now, where there's an end game loop that they're trying to get you to, but it's only one gameplay loop. And it almost entirely centers around gearing. And there's only so much that gameplay loop can do for you. Because if your end game gameplay loop is about getting the gear from that end game gameplay loop, but there's nothing else to do with that gear once you get it, then that gameplay loop falls apart fairly quickly. And so this game, and a lot of old MMOs, honestly, solved those problems by giving you things like cosmetics and stuff like that to grind for. In this game, you've got your pets and stuff like that. You've got all your logs. But then, for example, in the game that I originally played, which was Dark Age of Camelot, you had grinding for different gear at different levels, and then you had PvP, right? You had the realm versus realm. So you did all of your grinding stuff to get all of your gear, and that was your end game PvE loop. But then your end game PvP loop was, fighting over castles and stuff like that. But it wasn't necessarily a progression loop. Your PvE was your progression loop. Your PvP was just something to do. And then in things like Guild Wars, where you had cosmetics were a big deal in Guild Wars. So in the original Guild Wars, it was extremely easy to get perfect gear. Like, play the game for 100 hours, max level perfect gear. It was super easy. But then it was really difficult to get perfect gear in the skin you wanted, because certain item skins only dropped in certain regions from certain creatures. And so you'd have to go and just grind mobs for a really, really long time, or open chests or whatever it was in the specific region that you wanted the item from. And sometimes that meant going back to some of the early regions, like post-Searing Ascalon, to try and get the Flaming Dragon Sword. And so you were there interacting with newer players because you were actively farming and grinding to get these cosmetics that you wanted. And so I think it's really, really important that your end game loop and your end game goals not just be progression and gear based. They have to be cosmetics, they have to be pets, they have to be achievements. They have to be these sort of intangible things, because that's the only way you can really drive a player to keep playing. Because a player will also willingly take longer to achieve those things, right? There's a limit to how long I'm willing to make no progress on my character, right? As far as my power is concerned, there's a limit to how long I'm willing to allow it to take for a level to happen. There's a limit to how long I'm willing to take to get the item that I want. But that limit is much, much lower than the limit I'm willing to take to get a cosmetic I want, or the limit I'm willing to take to get an achievement I want, or something like that. And so, non-progression based non-progression based achievements and goals are really, really important to extremely long-term replayability. And that's why, so that's one of the reasons that I don't like cosmetic microtransaction shops. Because one of the things that kept me playing a lot of my favorite old MMOs was running down cosmetics that I wanted. Even though I'm not a huge cosmetics person, there would always be a couple of cosmetics that I really wanted. And so I would run those down. But as soon as we started having cosmetic shops, the cosmetics in the game were just devalued. Even if they were different than the cosmetics you could buy in the shop, the value of getting them is still less because there was something available in the shop there. And you couldn't sell them for as much, right? The value on markets and stuff became less. And all of that stuff because there wasn't any point necessarily to spend in-game time and currency to make yourself look as cool as you wanted. And so a lot of the things that held markets together in old games, a lot of the things that held player interest has sort of been shifted to monetization. And that's just been really bad for modern MMOs. And I mean, it's obvious because of the success of OSRS versus RuneScape 3, right? The much greater monetization of RuneScape 3, and so the much greater success of OSRS proves pretty much beyond a shadow of a doubt that those monetization systems drive away players and actively hurt retention. Fun idea. Did you consider getting the Enchanted Slave Amulet? I don't even know what the Enchanted Slave Amulet is. RuneScape 3. Enchanted Slave Amulet. It raises the wearer's damage and accuracy by 20 for all combat styles. Oh, just while fighting undead. That's sad. The amulet is highly useful in locations like the 4 and 3 dungeon. The enchanted amulet can be owned alongside the regular amulet by crafting multiple amulets. Slave amulet can be enchanted after completing the Lair of Tarn. After defeating Tarn Razorlore. No, I didn't even know this existed, but that's pretty dope. 20% damage against it. What the fudge is going on? Why did I just explode? Yeah, no, that's awesome. I definitely want that. Holy shit. I did know Barrows is considered undead. Yes, I did know that. And I do definitely want that for this grind. I would have liked to have had that a week ago, in fact. I will look into that quest off stream and see about getting that. Oh, solve, not slave. Whoops. For real. For real, for real. I take back one of those times I told you to go fuck yourself, William. The only one. I love the go fuck yourself counter. I think it's great. I kind of want to put it like on the stream somewhere. But then I'd have to manage it, and it would never work out. I would forget. It would be awful. Torag the Corrupted. Yo, you got a purple pumpkin on your head now. I love these pumpkins. Like, so much. I really want one. I want a pumpkin head. Oh, pumpkin pie, pumpkin pie, pumpkin pie. Yo, this person's a skeleton in a Santa hat. Oh, it's a library. What's up? Welcome back. I have the teleport now that takes you to the center of the cave, though, to get to the last boss. So we on those super quick Barrows runs. Because I'm a bad motherfucker. Because I'm bad. I'm bad. You know it. I still just need my wand and my two-handed crossbow. As soon as I get those two items, I'll be happy. I'll be done with the Barrows, at least for a while, until it's time to start grinding Linza's and Acrose's gear. But for now, I need those two items. They are muy importante. Was your first drop? Oh my god. Go fuck yourself, William. You just got it taken away, and then you had to go get it right back. I don't. This game is like golf, William. You want the number to be lower, not higher. Higher number equal bad. I know we're all gamers here. We love to see number go up. But in this particular case, number go up is bad. It's really weird to me. I wonder what the likelihood is that specifically these items are two of the items that I'm having such a hard time getting. Because I have 22 of the 30 items I could possibly get. And while I have needed some of the other ones, right? Like I wanted to make the Defender. And I wanted to make the Reflector. I'm missing like 2 of 5 items that I wanted. Should have seen my Croesus run this morning. 5 kills. I fucked up royally. And I get the only rare drop. Nice. You are lucky. Good for you. What am I doing on Croesus? I know I've done Croesus a couple of times. Let's take a look. Croesus we've done 3 times. We obviously have none of the collection. I need to go do the other... whatever the hell his name is. Oh, something or something. I don't remember what the name of the other... Ah, there it is. Eldinus. Need to go do this, nerd. Yeah, I do need to do the Archglacier as well. That is true. Zuck and Kurt. Yeah, I'm not trying to kill those yet. We will be getting Jad. As soon as I get my wand and my repriser, we'll go try Jad again. We'll also do the Dagonoth Kings when I get those 2 items. We may also try the Corporeal Beast. We need to do the Archglacier. So we tried again yesterday. I don't know if you were here for it yesterday. The last 2 hours of the stream yesterday was me. I got all the way to Jad. And then Jad 2 shot me to death. Which was super dope. I thought that the meteor that came out of the sky was a magic attack. It was not. It was a ranged attack. So I hit the wrong... yeah, it was bad. But that's okay. As soon as we get our repriser and our wand, and now that I know what Jad's ranged attack looks like, so I can figure out what his magic attack looks like, because it'll just be the other attack, then I'll be good to go. We'll get Jad next time, for sure. But I need to get my repriser and my wand so that I can do a little more damage on the way. Just to speed things up a little bit. I'm calling it a night, a bit early today. Have a great rest of your stream. Yes, I think. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for chit-chatting with me. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. Getting my cape also coming month. I did it on my previous hardcore also. Getting what cape? Your Inferno cape? Fire cape you get from beating Jed. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Just wanted to make sure. You're playing a hardcore character right now? That's right. Isn't it this jackass right here, isn't it? Cost reborn. Yo, what's with all this fire? What are you trying to blow me up for, dude? What is this? Why are you trying to explode me? I actually wish that I had a cool skill that did lots of fire like that. Is that bombardment, or is that like a special attack from your weapon that's making all that fire happen? Although I cheated my very first Jad kill by using a death touch dart. Ooh, you cheater. You cheater. Tickle me Beck. Is this you? Magma Tempest. Okay. Where do I get that? Firebolt. Magma Tempest. Ooh. It's level 66. I can get that ability. I want Magma Tempests. A Codex drop. From... Oh, really? Magma Tempest. Oh, and this is where you get the big-ass sword that people be using. Yeah, see, I've got to get to the point where I can fight bosses. I mean, the first couple of bosses are pretty easy to get to, Josh. And the new boss, the Flesh Hatcher, is super fun. I think I beat him my first time in the 50s. Like 50 attack, strength, and defense. And definitely if you're in the 60s with your attack, strength, and defense with some dragon weapons, you can definitely take him. You need like a dragon dagger or longsword and a dragon two-hander. But he's a really, really fun fight. The Flesh Hatcher is super cool. But you can kill... So the first one that you kill is the mole, the giant mole. And at all 50s, you should be able to kill the giant mole. Then you also have the Black Dragon King. And at the 50s, you should be able to kill the Black Dragon King. Yeah, let me know when you're back. Ba, 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 ba. You ain't here, you dead. Look at y'all dying and shit. Look at you all dying and shit. Ooh. About to get firebombed. Maybe not. I also found out last night in some of my exploration that there is a weapon that can be a staff, a javelin, and a spear. And it's one weapon. "69 attack, 74 strength, 60 defense, 73 HP, 76 prayer." Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're even in a better spot than I am right now. That last 1 point in attack at 70 attack will get you into some better gear. It'll make it so that you can actually wear the Barrows Brothers stuff. But at those stats, you can kill... if you have either ranged or magic also up, then you could do the Calphite Queen. I mean Sunspear, yeah. So you need to get a second damage type up, either the ranged or magic, because Calphite Queen is immune to both ranged and magic in their first phase, and then immune to melee in their second phase. But that'll give you a chance. You can kill the you can kill the giant mole. You can kill the King Black Dragon. You can kill the Arc Glacier, although I haven't done that personally myself. If you have your other two skills, your magic and your ranged, also up, you could start working towards Jad. Yeah, so you could use the Necro for the entirety of those fights as well. Either you have to get up all of your other three, or you have to get up Necro. You can definitely come and do this Barrows grind. So Barrows is where a lot of tier 70 gear comes from. So there are 4 melee tier 70 sets, 1 range tier 70 set, and 1 magic tier 70 set. So if you want to get just kind of some basic tier 70 gear, you can come grind the Barrows over here in Mauritania. You've got the Dagannoth Kings, which require all 3 of the different types. And probably somewhere around the 60 to 70 is what you're going to need for those, it seems like, although I still haven't fought them yet either. But yeah, I mean, if you're just wanting to use melee, you could definitely come do the Barrows. You could definitely do the Black Dragon King. You could definitely do the Flesh Hatcher. You could definitely do the Giant Mole. Yeah, so you've at least got access to 4 bosses right now that you can definitely start grinding on. Out of those 4, I have found that the Barrows and the Flesh Hatcher are the most interesting. The Flesh Hatcher will be the one that has the most mechanics. You'll have to dodge a lot of attacks and stuff like that. Yeah, so what William's saying there is absolutely true. So the Barrows is a lot of tier 70 tank armor for all the different types. The God Wars dungeons have tier 70 power armor. So I don't know what your playstyle is. I personally like using a shield and being tanky. But if you would prefer to go a DPS route, which I think is pretty common, then you want to get this Amulet of the Forsaken here. And then do like William said and go try God Wars Dungeon 1. There's also some stuff you need to do the God Wars Dungeon 1 effectively. If you're wearing a piece of gear from one of the gods, then the followers of that god don't attack you. So you sort of have to go down with like one piece of Saradomin gear, one piece of Zamorak gear, one piece of Armadillo gear, one piece of Brandos gear, so that you don't get stomped on when you first walk through. You'll have to look that up. I don't know exactly how to go about getting all those things. But yeah, if you need a good amulet, then the Barrows Brothers has a good one for you. There's also a good ranged amulet at the Flesh Hatcher. But yeah, no, you're in a great spot to go ahead and start bossing. In a great spot. I would definitely give the Flesh Hatcher a couple of goes, though. It's weak to ranged, so you do better with ranged. But I always kill it with melee because I think it's easier. But because it's the one that has you moving around the most and like dodging attacks, and I think it's the one of the early bosses that's the most mechanically relevant and will teach you the most. I definitely think that going and doing the Flesh Hatcher a couple of times will be really fun. Early, I used Holy Symbol for Saradomin, Zamorak God Cape for Zamorak, Artifact from Trivial Quest for Armadillo, and the Oolog Spring grants you Brandosian. Okay. Well, there's some good info right there. That's another thing, Josh, if you're kind of newer to the game, I am personally not going to be able to help you a ton because I also am pretty new. But the amount of knowledge inside of this chat is a little bit fucking ridiculous. And everybody seems to be pretty helpful in here. So if you have any questions, ask away. I'm sure these folks will help you out. Together with Archglacier, he's also a mechanic learner boss. Yeah, I haven't done that one yet, so I couldn't really speak to that, but there you go. Archglacier is also a good one. I'm an OG player from like 13 years ago, so this new stuff is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... I am pretty consistently getting overwhelmed with all the stuff in this game. Pretty much every day I go, oh fuck. Oh, not more. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh, I didn't realize that you had such micro control over the art glaciers effects. That's cool. I didn't realize you could turn them all on and off individually. I thought it was just like an all on, all off kind of a thing. But that's crazy. There's a pot that gives you a boost to like all stats. There's a combat pot that gives you strength and attack. Oh, overloads. Okay. Yeah, that's not something I've experienced yet. Something I did see yesterday is there's a pot that's a restore pot and an adrenaline pot mixed together. I didn't even know there were adrenaline pots. But I'm actually pretty stoked about that because I love adrenaline. What is the herb level for the overload? Let's find out. Overload 96. And it takes an extreme attack, strength, defense, magic, ranging, and necromancy potion to mix. Man, that's a fucking potion right there. Holy shit. That's awesome. That is awesome. Someone want to come let me mooch off their skill list? And at 98, you can go make supreme overloads. What do you mean mooch off your skill list? This is something I am unfamiliar with. Can you, like, share builds or something, or... You can lend somebody your levels to create stuff? Say what? Yo, I didn't fucking know that. That's dope. Can you do that in Group Iron Man? Well, is it applicable to group irons? Yeah, but so there are some items that you can't share directly. The only way you can share them is by putting them in the group storage chest. You can't like direct trade them, I don't think. Somebody was talking about the fact that porters, they specifically use a really high level porter that their ally makes. And so losing access to your losing access to the group chest would mean that they wouldn't be able to get those porters from their ally. And so they were concerned that participating in the group Iron Man Challenge League thing that I'm building would mean that they wouldn't be able to get those porters from their ally. But if you can just borrow the skills from your allies in Group Iron Man, then you can craft that stuff on your own and not lose access, which is fucking epic. He should be on fire. Saganist, yeah. So what we're doing, there's a Discord that's in my Twitch, as well as in my YouTube, in the description of this channel. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to build a challenge league for Group Irons, where we'll use games that are sort of like the Gillinor games, if you've ever seen Soup's Gillinor games, where he has things like boss relays and stuff like that. What I want to do is I want to bring that sort of to a wider audience and not make it quite so structured. So what you'll do is you'll get in the Discord and you'll post a challenge from your group to other groups. Like, we want to participate in a relay on this day, and we're going to wager 500 cook sharks. And so then other people will accept that challenge, right? And so then you'll do your competition with your group. So you'll have your relay or whatever the game is that you're going to play. And then the team or teams that win will get the wager from the team or teams that lose. So, for example, if it was like a one group versus one group relay, where you were doing, a boss relay, and you wagered 500 fish, then the losing team would give 500 cooked sharks to the winning team. And so it doesn't work for like competitive irons. It doesn't even really work for ranked irons because you have to leave your group to make the trade. But for those of us who are just playing group iron just for grins with our friends, or you can trade. You have to leave your iron group and then join another iron group and then trade and then go back to your iron group, which is why it doesn't work for like ranked irons or competitive, because you can't jump back and forth. Right. So you wouldn't even have to join the other group temporarily. You could join a neutral group or something like that. But yeah, you just swap groups real quick, you make the trade, and then you go back to your team. And so there are a couple of things that happen. Number one, you would drop out of your rank, and you would lose your competitive status. So that's why you kind of need to be unranked and not be competitive. But the other thing that happens is the person who leaves the group loses access to the group chest for 14 days. And so that would create a bit of an issue if you weren't able to do this sharing thing with skills, because then you could potentially lose access to some of the items and stuff you need as part of your group. But the goal ultimately is just to create a little bit of friendly competition among some of the more casual group irons out there. It's not something that's officially supported, so we're kind of working around some mechanics. And so it could end up not working really well, but we'd at least like to give it a try, see if we can make something happen with it. because I think it'd be a fun little social, interacting, competitive kind of a thing. And then I would like to host, some more official tournaments as we start to ramp it up. I'd like to have other people coordinate tournaments and stuff. But it's something that can just kind of exist by itself. So right now, I think there's 8 of us in the Discord, from like 3 or 4 different Iron Man groups. So we're getting to a point where we should honestly start trying to get some challenges together. I need to convert this character to Group Iron Man to go get in my Group Iron Man team so that I can have, a character that's not brand new. But yeah. Right now we don't really have a lot going on. Like I said, there's only 8 people in the Discord right now. It's something we just came up with. Saganus, thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Appreciate it. It's something that me and chat came up with together just a couple of weeks ago. And I started building the Discord and, just generally working on ideas and stuff for it. But so it's a pretty new thing. We haven't done any challenges yet. Nobody's competed in any way. We're right now we're just kind of in the phase of trying to find people who would be interested so that we can have enough of a community to kick it off right and have some fun. So I honestly think it will probably have more draw to the Iron community instead of the Group Iron community. I think you're probably going to find regular Irons converting to Group Irons. And because then you wouldn't be ranked and you wouldn't be competitive because you'd be an existing character. And converting regular Irons to Group Irons to compete. This seems like something that's pretty likely to happen. I think a lot of the people who are currently Group Irons are, competitive or ranked or something like that. That's crazy that you could just borrow other people's levels. I don't even, I'm so blown away. Oh, who's this person? They look super cool. Dragon Kite Shield. Dope. What is this? Dragon Bone Full Helm, power level 60. Yo, this gear is badass. I love looking at people who have awesome looks. I look like a dummy. I'd look even stupider if I had my actual weapon instead of this cosmetic on. Lacking DPS with that shield, though. Nope. Shield's OP. Shield's OP. I think you should just always have shields up. The extra defense causing you to block more often. The ability to use all of your defensive skills on cooldown. I will, except for very specific reasons, I will always be using a shield. Or a defender. Because shield's OP. The Gamer, thank you very much for the shameless plug for likes and follows and subscribes. I appreciate that. And thank you for helping out Arnold. I appreciate it. The community in this game is just so much nicer. That's dual wield or two-hand weapons and bone shield active. Best of both worlds. So, there's a very specific reason, Ian, that I don't use bone shield. And it's because I feel like the amount of time it saves me in killing the bosses, I feel like it costs me more time to recoup my runes because it's so expensive. I mean, even lesser bone shield is super expensive, not to mention greater. So I don't want to waste all those runes and then have to spend all that time recouping those runes. I don't think it's worth it. I actually think I kill faster by not needing to do that. What do you click to go for the boss thing? What do you mean, what do you click to go for the boss thing? In order to get the boss doors open, where you can just teleport through like this, you have to kill the boss one time by going to it. So the Flesh Hatcher is out in the wilderness. And the Arc Glacier, I don't know where they are. The Barrows brothers are in the south of Mauritania. The Giant Mole is in Falador. And the King Black Dragon is right next to the wilderness at... Nope, wrong button. Shit. Right next to the wilderness at Edgeville. But you have to, once you kill them one time, then they become available to create these portals here. That is true, Gamerscar, but you do have to have higher requirements in order to use it. So the requirement of 40 dungeoneering, I think, to go into the Flesh Hatcher at all exists. But in order to use the portal, you have to have like 70 dungeoneering until you get your first kill. Because when I was trying to do it, it was not allowing me to go do my Flesh Hatcher. It was telling me that I needed like 70 or 80 dungeoneering. So if you don't have super high, then you still have to go and do it the old-fashioned way, like I did. But then that portal is there for free. You don't have to set it, which is nice. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And a lot of people are maxed, and I think that's why they did that, was just to give... Isn't the giant mole a part of a quest? It might be. It's been quite a few weeks since I started that. And I don't know if I did a quest in order to get in there. But it's right there. I mean, you could just go check really quickly. It's pretty simple to get into it. No, the giant mole is not part of a quest? Okay. The giant mole and the king black dragon are really easy to get to because they're literally right next to teleports. Death dealer armor? Is somebody running around in death dealer armor? But yeah, I think so many people being maxed is why they did that, Gamerscar. Was because there was no point in making super maxed out characters go run out there to kill the Flesh Hatcher the first time when they could just teleport him out there. There was no, there's no risk involved. Need to kill the mole and the Calphite Queen to unlock T70 Death Dealer DPS armor. Oh, okay. So there is a quest with the mole. It's just about the Necro gear. So you don't have to do the quest to be able to fight the mole. But you do need the mole kill. Okay, cool. I was not aware of that. 5 skins, okay. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Five Royal Chitin. A pack of hellhounds is running to disrupt the Trollheim beacon near the Dark Warriors fortress. Demonheim forces need them killed. Need to have the task active and use Necro for it to drop, though. Important safety tip, Egon. Oh shit, I hit level 72 attack. I'm so strong. We're gonna go kill these hellhounds. This is gonna be a thing. I need food. That's all we're taking. And we're gonna hit the map. Actually, I need to go to like the whole ass map. Nope. The whole ass map. Said something about a fortress. Dark Warriors Fortress. All right, here we go. Dark Warriors Fortress, I think is what it said. Yeah, Trollheim Beacon near Dark Warriors Fortress. Grizzly bear. Where is Trollheim Beacon? I don't know where I'm going. Is that person going? Should I follow them? Daniel. Retro Next Gen. Dope Cape. Yeah, I'm actually going to get to do this time. Time to kill a bunch of hellhounds. Oh no, I have my ghost chest on. Oh, that's so dookie. Womp womp. Oh shit. Summoning an army. Roar! Yeah, get dookied on, Hellhound. Let's get some AoE. Maybe we'll get some extra damage in. Roar! Oh my gosh, I gotta do 70k? I'm never gonna make it. How am I supposed to do 70,000 damage? This is bullshit, ref. No! I tried so hard. I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had too far to lose it all. Man, that was so depressing. All those other stupid jerks with all their stupid DPS stopping me from being able to get my stupid rewards. Now I got all these friggin' sharks. So I'm not going to be able to get my rewards from my Barrows kill. Everything is stupid. Get killed. You deserve it. Let's go put away all my sharks. Boop. Somebody get me through this nightmare. Where's the Barrows? Yeah, I'll show you right here. So the Barrows is over here in Mauritania. So you'll have to clear the quest here that allows you to get to Canifis. And then from Canifis, you'll have to do the quest that allows you to get through this gate right here. And then you'll go down through this gate all the way down here. Then you'll go through Morton, and the Barrows is right here. So you just come in through the top side, and then you kill the brothers, and you go down, you kill the last one in the main area. And then from then on, you'll be able to teleport. And when you teleport here, you'll be right here. But yeah, you gotta come all the way down from Canifis. Through this. So how many people have I gotten to come over here and start grinding the Barrows since I started grinding the Barrows? That's like 3 now, just from this stream alone, who said they were going to come kill the Barrows. I'm very proud of myself for getting a bunch of people to do one of the oldest bosses in the game. It is one of the oldest bosses in the game, right? Oh. Just go clear all the quests real quick. You'll be good. I believe in you. I believe. Don't take this away from me, Josh. Lazy. That's funny. I didn't realize King Black Dragon was the oldest boss. That's cool. Do them when you're good and ready. You do them on my schedule, Josh. My schedule. This is my world. You just live in it. How dare you exercise your free will to make your own decisions? I'm so disappointed. In 2002, King Black Dragon was added. Damn, 23 years ago, 24 years ago. Holy shit, it's 2026. Shit, I turned 40 this year. Oh my god. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Mole Glacier, Zero Mechanics, KBD, Flesh Hatcher, Barrows, I would say as first 5. Well, I meant first 5 in the timeline. So like Flesh Hatcher is the newest boss. I meant like from when they came out. The King Black Dragon is right next to the Wilderness. So I'll show you. Back to RuneScape surface. So if you go to the Edgeville portal, the King Black Dragon is right here. So just a little northwest. Nope, just right there. If you go the right route, you get a... Okay, craziest shit just happened to me. A spider just came dangling down from my ceiling right in front of my face, landed on my desk right in front of me, and then made a beeline straight at me. Like it was gonna kill me. I'm so terrified right now. That's that really loud smack you heard. I just mashed it. I don't like spiders. It was just kind of a little one. Just like a medium-sized spider. But it freaked me out. I don't like it. Crazy little bugger. You know, so I don't like have such bad arachnophobia that the spiders and stuff in games bother me. I just don't like them in real life, so I don't have a problem fighting Araxi. That's fine, whatever. I even, like, I like having spider pets. I think spiders look really cool. I just don't like them near me. Ever read the book Children of Time? No, I have not. I've never even heard of the book Children of Time. Spider Pig, Spider Pig, does whatever a Spider Pig can. Can he spin, swing from a web? No, he can't, because he's a pig. You're into sci-fi, you might enjoy it. Very interesting plot. Nice. Yeah, I am pretty into sci-fi. And I am your standard nerd. Human-like sentient spiders. That's cool. There's the audiobook is really good if you like audio. I'm a standard nerd. Bog standard, right out of the package, no frills, kind of a nerd. I like the sci-fi, I like the fantasy. With a shield and no level 70 graphic, dude. I'm gonna need you to go fuck yourself, William. Just all the way. Stargate SG-1 replicators are the things of nightmares. And only 2 action bars, that's right. Because if you have more than 2 action bars, you're an advanced nerd. If you want to be a standard nerd, you can only have 2 action bars. And if you want to be a basic nerd, and trust me, nobody wants to be a basic nerd, then you can only have 1 action bar. But yeah, sorry, I was saying Saganist. I do really like audiobooks. Um, and something that I have found has been really interesting is there are actually quite a few independent publishing authors who post their audiobooks on YouTube. So for a long time now, for years actually, I go to YouTube and I try and look up audiobooks on YouTube. And so I've gotten to listen to a lot of really good lit RPG series and a lot of fantasy series from lesser known authors who are self-publishing or don't have really big publishing runs, who publish their YouTube or who publish their audiobooks to YouTube. And it has been a really great way to get to hear and read some stories that I probably would have never spent money like to buy the book, because I don't really buy a lot of books, and B, I would have never heard of the author, right? I would have gone for something a little more mainstream probably. But this is a great way to support some of those authors. I mean, you listen to, an 8-hour audio book, they've got, sometimes they've got ads and stuff in them and stuff like that, but it's a great way to get some traction for them, for their books. Make a little money off of it without having to maybe make a lot of sales. But it's been really solid. I really like it. Don't go to Black Yeah, definitely don't do that. Although there is actually an achievement for killing the King Black Dragon without anti-fire. So yeah, you don't really lose stuff in the game anymore. Even in the wilderness, you have to opt in to PvP in the wilderness now, Josh. So if you're not opted in, then you're good to go. Do you have poison potions? You might want some poison potions too. Hey yo, what's up, Cassie? Welcome back. Because you will get poisoned. Because KBD's an asshole. Let this be a lesson to you. Hey, congratulations, Josh. Good job. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. If you're a degenerate gamer, from time to time, you need to stand up, do some squats and some jumping jacks, and drink more water. Because while those things won't guarantee that you never get a blood clot or something like that, they will just a couple minutes a day, 5 minutes of activity or 10 minutes of activity, and plenty of water will significantly reduce the chance of something like that happening. We don't need a bunch of balloon people running around. You are quite a bit higher level, I think, Josh, than you're expected to be when fighting KBD. I think KBD is like 65 combat level, is its recommended. So it should be pretty easy for you. Both the KBD and the mole should be pretty easy for you. The Flesh Hatcher will give you a good go. The Barrows Brothers will probably be pretty easy for you. The Calphite Queen will give you a good go. But you'll have to have another combat skill for that. I don't know about the Arc Glacier. But yeah, if you... They didn't say my arm was from Runescape. They said they didn't know. Well, obviously. It would be impossible to identify exactly what it was that caused it. But let's be real, Cassie. Let's not kid ourselves. Sitting around in front of a computer all day. Where can you check the bosses? If you come down here and you hit your compass, and then you go to beasts, these are all of the bosses in the game. They're in no particular order, unfortunately. Well, they're in alphabetical order, but they're not in any sort of order to let you know what you can do. Like as far as levels. But they tell you what their combat level is. They tell you what the recommended combat level is. So you've got Barrow Brothers recommends 85. King Black Dragon. Yeah, recommends level 65. Did a week of hardcore bossing, that was probably it, probably. Probably. I definitely notice sometimes I get a big hankering for soda. And so I'll drink, a 32-ounce soda or something like that. Or even like on back-to-back days, I'll have more soda than water. And when I was younger, I would never notice. But now that I'm pushing 40, if I don't drink enough water for 3 or 4 days, then I can start to feel it. Like in my body, just things don't seem to work. And so then I gotta like drink some more water and clear some stuff out, get it all working right again. Did you go, Josh, did you go all the way out to the wilderness to go to the Flesh Hatcher? Or did you just try and go in the Flesh Hatcher portal in War's Retreat? Okay, no, this one says the lower tier. Yeah, so this one right here is the dungeoneering level you need to be able to go out into the wilderness portal. But if you have like 80, then you can not even have to do that. You can just go into the event portal in War's Rest. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you will need 40 then for that. Dungeon is 5. Oh. Looks like you got some work to do. Flesh Hatcher is definitely worth it. As much as I know people don't really like the dungeoneering, the Flesh Hatcher boss is fun and totally worth the effort. Give me... Ooh. Aw. I already have that. Why is this game trying to ruin my life? I don't get it. Dungeoneering is Demonheim. Let's go back. If you have level 5 dungeoneering, then it's likely you've already done like the starter quest for it. So you should have a ring of kinship. It looks like this right here. And you can use your ring of kinship to teleport to Demonheim. And it'll take you up there. Here, I'll show you. Because it's a little hard to figure out exactly where to go sometimes. So we teleport to Demonheim with our ring of kinship. And it'll take you right here. This is the little town outside. There's some rewards and stuff you can get here. But if you go up this way, you'll have to take all of your equipment off. Oh, you don't have a ring of kinship? Okay. The activity track... Nope, achievement paths. There should be an achievement path for Demonheim. Yeah, there should be an achievement path for Demonheim that will get you that ring and take you out here. And then I think maybe... yeah, so there's another path apparently. You can also get to Demonheim by going out through Fort 4 and 3 here. And then it looks like you can walk up here if you want. But I would do the path so you can get the ring. Oh, there's a boat that can also do it? Okay. West of Alcarid. I assume it's like... right here. Cool. Yeah, lots of different ways to get out there. I actually didn't know that you could walk into Demonheim until today. I thought you could only teleport there. I thought it was closed off. Am I able to get a new one? I don't know. We'll have to go check. I don't know if I completed the other one early enough to be able to. We'll finish up this run and then we'll go see. Uh, yeah, so what happened last time is I got the task before the reset, but then I completed the task after the reset, and so it didn't reset. So I don't know if I completed this task before the reset today or not. So I'll have to check. What I need to do is I need to do it like right now. Are you sure? Because that's what happened to me last time. It wouldn't let me get a new one. It told me to go fuck myself. The reset resets if you can get a new task. Completion time doesn't matter. Hmm. I could have sworn I got the task before the reset the last time I looked into it. It's possible that I was mistaken, though. I mean, it resets on the new day, right? I've got it posted up here. It usually resets 2 hours after I start my stream. Oh, that's weird. They must have moved it, Josh. It's possible that they took it out. I don't know if this ring has always been a thing. But because you have the teleport ring and they give you the teleport ring straight away, they might have just taken that boat out. You should be able to get the ring from a dungeoneering tutor. I don't know exactly where the dungeoneering tutor is because I forgot. But it should be on the map. Wiki says behind Taverley Bank. There you go. But then once you get the ring, you can just teleport there anytime. And that's probably the easiest, most consistent way to get up there so you don't have to walk up there every time. Because that'd be annoying. Especially if you don't have the 4 and 3 lodestone. A grapple spot. I don't have a grapple. Get dumpstered. Whoops. $60 fletching. Hey, I have 60 fletching. Holy shiznit. I could get a grapple. I like grapples. Honestly, I love grapples because I love Zelda games, and the hook shot is just the most iconic fucking item in the history of gaming. It's all about that hook shot, dude. All about that hook shot. Especially right now, because you can just go do it in Santa's village. Just go make snowballs for hours. You haven't done broads? That's so easy. Huh? Oh, you mean making broadhead arrows for fletching? Is that what we're talking about? Got it. Got it. Got it. No, it's fine. Y'all just all keep using shortened, abbreviated terms and terminology that I don't know. Make me look like a clown. No big deal. No big deal. I'll figure it out eventually. What's up, broads? Is that a quest? Think of it like this: you can learn those terms, then when younger people say it, you won't seem old. That's okay. I don't mind seeming old. I am old. I'm old and washed up. And that's why I play a game with an automatic combat system with a 0.6 second tick time. So my old, slow, arthritic, riddled ass can actually win. But there was a time back in my heyday where I could have walked into pretty much any Counter-Strike lobby and just absolutely destroyed everyone with the machine gun as a sniper rifle, because that was my go-to move. You get the machine gun, and the first bullet from the machine gun always went to the exact same place. So you could pick up a machine gun and just have like infinite ammo sniper rifle. And as long as you could get it lined up right, you could just headshot the shit out of everybody. So I used to just run around with a machine gun and just pink, pink, pink. It was super fun. But I can't do that anymore. The last time I played a shooter game was, well, competitive shooter game, was when Apex Legends first came out. And, well, let's just say I never won, like, a single match. Back when we still use stone tools and kill. I'm not that old. I'm only going to be 40 this year. I'm not that old. But for a gamer, especially for a competitive gamer, I'm pretty old. Not that old. I also probably think that I was better at video games than I actually was. Because back when I was playing video games much more competitively, they hadn't really been out for as long, and so things were still kind of new. So the average skill of gamers has drastically increased in the last 20 years. So I was kind of like doing a really good job when everybody was just trash at video games. And now that everybody's good, I'm kind of trash. It's been an interesting 20 years. You almost left without killing him. Nerd. You and your goofy ass. I was supposed to check something. When I finished a run, there was a thing I was supposed to look at. Whether or not I can get a task. That's right. Don't worry, William. I promise. If my blood pressure ever gets too high, I'll put you on a temporary mute so that it can go back down. Because I'm pretty sure you're about the only thing in this whole stream that raises my blood pressure. The rage I feel every time I see your name come up on the chat. It's like Family Matters. The father every time Steve Urkel comes in. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me? It's William. It's always William. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, William. I won't go for the Broken Home speedrun so that I can get the upgraded ring without you. I promise. I will make sure you're here before I go do that. Just so you can enjoy my pain. And so that I can yell at you every time I fuck it up. Close to 85. I mean, you see how long I've been close to 70 on crafting. We're not nearly as close to 85 as you think. But you've already done it. That's cheating. You've practiced. All right. Reaper task. See, I remembered. Because I'm a fucking genius. 4 souls from the Calthite Queen. You certainly can, thanks. Dope. Pretty sure I can just straight up do 4 Calthite kills. We need an anti-poison and a fuck ton of foods. In my defense, I did it 2+ years ago before my break. Oh, okay. Well, we're good then. All right. Nope. I gotta put on my hybrid gears here. Almost fucked it up. Equip the hybrid gear. Boop. Dope, 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 dope. Murder the Calphites. This is the 6% crit chance. It's not the one I want. I want the Ceradomin or the Zamorak. But it's good enough. Sliske army that you can choose. Yeah. Yeah. So to get the Sliske choice thing, you have to have the full set of 6, and then you like feed it in to get Lepermon. Welcome. Thanks for the sub over on YouTube. So you like feed it in, and then it's a 3-piece Sliske set. Gives you the full 6-piece effect. So then you can get another 3-piece effect on top of that. So you could have like 3% crit, 6% chance to reduce damage, is what I think I personally want. War Priest can be stored in the player-owned house. You simply choose what effect. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Yeah, I didn't know exactly how the choice thing worked. It just said you have to own the set, and I assumed it meant, like, feed it into it. It didn't say anything about having it in your personal owned house or anything when I read it. Can be stored in the bank also. Oh, okay, cool. So I think I'm going to try and finish up this Reaper task, and then we'll probably go ahead and call it a day for the stream. I don't know if I'm going to be able to kill this stupid queen 4 times without having to go back, which makes me a little sad. She just hits so gosh darn hard. I think I fucked up. I think I was staying too far away, so she was using her ranged ability on me. Go Haunted Mine Quest? What's the Haunted Mine Quest for? Yeah, I'm not quite to a point where I can get those, Ian. Oh, that's how you get the Solve Amulet? Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I think I have to be level 68 to get the Blubbers, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I am going to have to be replenishing my food stores here really soon. I only have a few sharks left, and I don't have any other foods. So, whoops. I will have to be... Oh, poop. Oh, poop. I fucked that up real good. But yeah, as soon as I get leveled up to that, I will definitely see about that. But I am going to have to take some time and do a little fishing. We might do like a fishing stream. Nice day for fishing, ain't it? But maybe we'll do like a whole day of fishing and just go sit by the bank and fish up some desert souls. Maybe make some porters, get a bunch of porters, and just fish up desert souls for 6 hours. That sounds like fun. Viva La Dirt League is hilarious. I love those fools. They're so funny. I like to play a lot of survival games. And so probably the series that I like from them the most is their series about playing the survival games. Because they've got like the Camp Mom, and then, people coming in and griefing on noobs. And I mean, just a bunch of those are so funny. But I'm a huge survival fan. Adjust your interface so the status icons show up on the side instead of smack dab in the middle. So I did that because I wanted to be able to see them when I was like watching the fight and stuff. But you're right. I have been thinking I don't really like them here. But I don't know what else to do with them. I don't want to put them here because I think I'm going to put the chat game here on top of this. So I don't really know where I want them to go. Put them there just right of your quest list. Like right up in this space. That could be a good spot for them. It's not going to let me while I'm down here. Guess we'll have to do it later. The PUBG ones are pretty good. I like the one where he's throwing the grenade and he's using third-person view to like look around a corner and running into the wall. I think that one's hilarious. I like the pan one and the one with the stim pack in the bathroom, or the one with the ghillie suit where he's like riding him in the ghillie suit. And everybody's like, "Where?" The other two were like, "Where's the last person?" He's like piggyback in a ghillie suit. So funny. Or the reload after every time you fire one bullet. Yeah, they put out some good content. Good content. I really like the one where the NPC like sees him doing the server maintenance or whatever, and like sees him unzip and all the code, and oh yeah, that was pretty funny too. Get the same piece of armor and it's a bikini instead of a chest plate. Or the one where she steals all of his friends' good gear because he's like playing on his friend's account or whatever, and he gets scammed. And she like tells him to drop all the loot on the ground, and then she runs off with it. Oh no. Good times. Yeah, I'll pick NPC man. No. I left my loot. I'm so stupid. Why am I so stupid? No. Oh, my life is in shambles. Everything sucks. I quit. There's my loot. Oh no. Well, let's see if I can get far enough away that I can like get away from that dude. Okay, well we can leave one of them. We'll kill this guy. We'll eat a fishy. We'll pick those up. Oh, he dropped a super attack. Okay. Put those on the ground. Pick up the super attack. Use it. There we go. Dope-a-lope. So I don't know if y'all know this. Maybe you do. Probably you do. But if you wait a second for this adrenaline bar to disappear after you're out of combat, even though you're not technically out of combat because you can't do things like rest or use regenerate, you can eat a food without using adrenaline, even if it's typically an adrenaline using food. So there's like a 2-second window between when you fall out of combat and start using rejuvenate and losing adrenaline, and when you can eat without using adrenaline. And it is registered by the fact that the adrenaline bar disappears off of your screen. I found that out yesterday while I was killing the Calphite Queen. And I think it's hella nifty. But I'll show you what I'm talking about. At the end of this fight, we'll just waste a shark. So if we look, I have 41% adrenaline. My adrenaline bar is going to go away. Then I eat a food. And I still have 41% adrenaline. And then if the other boss had popped up, you know, I would have been in combat again. And so I wouldn't have rejuvenated or whatever like I just did. But it could be used in the mole as well as here. Basically anything with phases, it's going to be useful in. Because usually between those phases of the fight, you don't necessarily get a whole amount of time to use rejuvenate. But you could potentially burn through a little food and heal up before you get to the next phase. But yeah, I think that's going to be all she wrote for the day. So thank you all very much for coming out. We had an incredible stream today. What's my favorite skill? I don't use it. Favorite skill, not favorite ability. It's attack. And it's because I love being a sword and board character. I'm obsessed with sword and shield. But yeah, definitely it's attack. As far as non-combat skills, I would have to say... Archaeology. Definitely archaeology. Because that's been hella fun. But yeah, it's definitely going to be time to call the end of the stream. So yeah, like I said, we had a great stream today. So much viewership. Lots of new people in the chat, chit-chatting, which is always fun. And lots of people just generally being involved in the conversation. And I really appreciate that. It really makes this a lot more fun for me and a lot more fun for people who come in, see that the chat and stuff is alive. It's just really good for the stream and the growth in general. So thank you all so much for that. I hope everybody has a great rest of their night. I will see you all. I'll be back tomorrow at the regular time. So I will see you all on the next one. And William, go fuck yourself.